Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings. Glad you're here. We've had a lot going on here in the last, I would say, week. It's been some good news and it's been some bad news. When I look at the news and see how many school shootings we've had, we've had several in the last week. How many mass family members that have been unalived. It's very disheartening. And of course, I believe that the children are our future. And I look at the children, the young men of the Ysl Rico joke, because it's a joke. Not one of laughter, but one of pain. One of those sick jokes people tell that's really not funny, but they're the only ones laughing? That kind of joke. It's very painful. You have two men that were found not guilty. One on all charges, meaning the RICO charge, the gang charges, all charges. No gun charges, murder charges. He was found not guilty by a jury of 12 in Fulton County, Georgia. But unfortunately, the people in the positions in Fulton County don't actually uphold their constitution, and they certainly do not uphold the Constitution of the United States. So I want to talk about it. My show is always a little unorthodox. I talk about things that are very near and dear to me, and those things are uplifting a fallen humanity. There are a lot of things that we probably learned or touched over in school, but we are so busy and caught up with, meeting deadlines and being there for the family and being there for our friends until we really forget to take care of ourselves. But the first person you got to take care of is you. And the way you take care of yourself is you empower yourself with knowledge, because knowledge is power. And then, of course, we have to watch that power that we receive, because we know that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I came to YouTube uplifting fallen humanity, telling people who we are, who we were, and who we can be. Yet again. But we have to put in the work. It's up to us. Nobody will do it for us. We have to do it for ourselves. And many people don't want to hear the truth. It's just the truth of the matter. They'd rather for you to tell them a well-dressed lie than to tell the naked truth. Well, That's why we only have one or two in my chat. Because I'm a tell the naked truth type person. I can't tell a well-dressed lie. That doesn't work for me. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I set a goal tonight, and I set a goal for super chats. Hopefully, I can get and reach my goal. It's $5 super chat, which could be $4.99 according to your device. And I'm asking anyone that's willing or want to participate. I would also like for you, anyone that visits the channel, to join my membership. Memberships are good. Number one, it helps the channel. It helps me, the content creator. Number two, I offer perks. And one of my biggest perks, I think the greatest, is a free massage from Massage Envy if you have one in your town. And all you got to do is request one. If it's more than one person that requests at a time, then I would draw and choose a person. I can only give away one a month, but I give them away once a month. Starting in 2025, though, I will no longer pay the $10 transfer fee for you. That's something that you, the individual, if you choose and want the massage, you're going to pay that $10. I usually pay the whole $85, but starting 2025, things change. And as things change, then we must change. Prices change, and so we must change. I've been looking at Ceddy Nash's videos. That's who we're going to look at tonight. Mainly his videos, because he has a beautiful layout of what's going on with Deamonte Kendrick. And I don't know if you guys recall, but he's the one where I am just so feeling his mother, who's standing with her son through all of this. And I'm sure it's very perplexing right now for her, because her son was acquitted of all charges. Unfortunately, the criminal and justice system doesn't see it that way. They're trying to find a way to keep him incarcerated. Because Ceddy said it just like I have said it in private conversations, but it's like FANI WILLIS, the one that they don't want to believe that this is true. And it may not be true, but she's making it look awfully true. Promised this young lady, Miss Edmonds, that she would vindicate her son's unaliving. And since she did this great debacle with the Ysl Rico trial, then they're going to try to hold this young man, because we're going to get you somebody. He's one of the people that were charged, among many others, for this unaliving. The other individual, Shannon Jackson, known as Shannon Stillwell, but he likes Jackson better, we later found out, he finally was released. And this lady said she was getting rid of all of these criminals and all of their charges and everything. And I really want you guys to see this young man's, I believe I sent it to myself, criminal history. And to see the things that he was charged with. And now he's free. And I'm happy he's free. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy. And I hope he gets to start his life over again, another. I hope he and his wife get to have the relationship that she would love to have with her husband. I know I dated my husband before he went to prison, while he was in prison. And when he came home from prison, he stayed with me 16 days. And I guess that was for the 16 years that I had been with him. So I hope for her sake, everybody has their opinion on why they were married, and I have mine. They really don't matter, our opinions. I just hope for her sake that she gets what she hoped to get out of the relationship. So I've been there and done that, and you don't always get what you think you're going to get. I'm trying to see if I can make this image larger, and unfortunately, it's not letting me make it larger, but I know it's a way that you can do it. It's so small. And this is thanks to Joseph on Joseph Path on X. Cat Not Williams, she shared a lot of information, and I normally get a lot of information from Cat, but I've also joined X and started following certain people, and so I have this. But I really would just like for you all just to see the list. I don't really want to talk about his crime. Like I said, this is not about him being a criminal, although it's about criminality. I just want you all to see where this lady said that she was definitely, getting the gang members and the problem people off the street, the dangerous people. Some of these things he wasn't guilty of. Some of these things he was guilty of. And this is Mr. Jackson I'm speaking about. I don't think this is going to act the way I want it to act. It's not going to act the way I want it to act. I'm not going to be able to slide it up and down. I can try. But I think when I come off that screen, my bar go away. I want to say welcome to everybody that's in the chat, in the bushes, in the trees, in Belize, in the Bahamas, in the sky, wherever you may be. I want to say hello to you. Okay. So before we do Mr. Jackson, let me just do a little talk about the Constitution and what is happening with Mr. Kendrick. Okay. We're talking about the principles of addictions and the law. And the reason we're talking about principles of addictions and the law is these young men are already from marginalized communities. Most of them had some type of addiction to some type of, at the time I think they called the drink lean, but it was different medications that they put in drinks and drank. And they also smoked marijuana and probably did other things, but they all pretty much admitted that they were really into their drugs, whatever that was. So, chapter 1, the basic legal structure and organization. And some may think this doesn't make sense, and it may not make sense. But this is what I'm going to start out with. This chapter provides an overview of the basic legal structure and organization of the law in the United States and presents a synopsis of the Constitution, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch of the federal system, which serve as the source of the law in the United States. Each source of law plays an essential and important role in the governmental and legal organization. Article 3, Section 1 of the Constitution establishes the judicial branch, and Article 3, Section 2 provides the judicial branch with authority over cases and controversies arising under the Constitution or the laws of the United States. The United States has two basic court systems, the state and federal, and each has different levels of courts, which serve different functions. The United States Constitution is the source of the law that trumps all other laws. Many people have many conversations about the law and about the court system, but they don't know this information that I'm sharing right now. So a lot of people have unintelligent conversations, arguments, and sometimes I think it's just to hear themselves talk because we refuse to read. As a people, as a whole, knowledge is power. Power is liberated. The Constitution includes 7 articles and 27 amendments, and the first 10 amendments are the Bill of Rights, which establish the fundamental rights of Americans. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches and seizures, and the Sixth Amendment established the right of a criminal defendant to have a speedy trial and assistance of counsel. The legislative branch is responsible for enacting laws by passing bills, and it consists of a Senate and House of Representatives. The House of Representatives consists of 435 representatives appointed among the states by population. The Senate consists of 100 senators, with each of the 50 states contributing 2 senators. Now, that's very important to know because what we need to understand, America was founded on a republic form of government, which means the people rule. Unfortunately, the people don't understand that, are not taught that, and don't know the power that they actually possess. One of the reasons, in my opinion, and this is my personal opinion, first, let's get it established that I am not an attorney. I don't pretend to be an attorney. I don't try to be an attorney. I don't practice law, but I do read it and I study it. And I do that to arm myself with what I need whenever I am faced with the situation. I'm not a physical fighter. I believe in the power of the pen and the paper. I believe in the 4 corners rules because normally that's what's going to rule whatever is written within the 4 corners of a document. And that's how most of us are overtaken and we don't even understand what's happening to us because, again, We won't read, we don't read, and the system is banking on that. A lot of people say fix the system. No, fix yourself. The system's not broke. It's operating exactly the way it's supposed to. You take that down and let me go further into this document. Go back to Joseph Pep. I need to go back to that document. I want to go back here. Give me a moment. Okay, now it looks like it's not pulling up the full document that I wanted to read from. It did it on the phone, but it's not doing it here. And it's saying go through your organization, but I don't have an organization. Let me look at something right here, right quick. Okay, no, that's not good. Okay, I have it on the phone, but I don't have it on the computer, and I'm not going to pull it up that way. But let me look on the phone right quick and see. I want to. Okay. Well, this didn't go the way I planned it because I wanted this to go a little different. I had an article, this article here, that I had all of this I thought was going to come up. That's not coming up. But it broke down each one of the amendments that I wanted to talk about. And it just gave a little information on each amendment. I'm trying to see if it can come up on my phone. Gmail is not like Hotmail. Hotmail, if you open email, it stays in that place. On Gmail, if you open up a document, then it moves all the way down as opened. And so I have so many sometimes, I don't know how to go back and pull back, when it's further. And that really makes a difference. But I can go ahead and talk about the Eighth Amendment, because the Eighth Amendment and the 14th Amendment were two of the amendments that I really wanted to speak on. The Fourth and the Fifth, the Sixth Amendment, they're very important because the Sixth Amendment gives us the right to counsel and gives us the right when we have a criminal offense and the right to a speedy trial. But the Eighth Amendment speaks to cruel and unusual punishment. And what's happening to Deamonte Kendrick at this particular time is truly a violation of the Eighth Amendment to the United States. It's cruel and unusual for a man to be acquitted, found totally not guilty of a 52, 64, however many count indictment, and however many counts they put against him personally. But number one, Rico tied all of them together with all of the others' crimes. For him to be found not guilty, and then for them to come up with, when it's time for him to get out, and say, oh, he committed these offenses while he was in a jail that he shouldn't have been in because he was considered free. It took them 2 years before they got to this point to say that he was not guilty. And because this is one of the worst jails in the nation, the doors do not lock, the people are not safe. There are many stories out here on the internet that shows you how they're having parties like a trap house. It's amazing how they actually said, because this young man was defending himself and his possessions, and he had to do it by whatever means necessary. We've heard of the saying, when in Rome, we do as the Romans, and that's exactly what he did, as the Romans, because he wasn't at home, or he wasn't on Cleveland Avenue. He was in Rice Street County Jail, where it is ran like a trap house. There is an advocate there in Atlanta, Fulton County, and she doesn't live in Fulton County. I believe she lives in Douglasville, and she's called L.A. Pink. L.A. Pink has been advocating for men and women of Fulton County, and she's been doing it for years. She and her husband, they set up, let me see if it's going to make me sign in. Hold on a minute. Okay. Every morning she wakes up, she goes and she feeds the homeless. She has a clothing store that they give clothes to individuals. Anyone gives her a call with an issue, she answers the call. And she goes to the commissioners' meeting every time they hold the commissioners' meeting. You can believe that she's one of the people when they're fighting for the people of Fulton County. I can do nothing but say hats off to her, LA Pink. I'll be dropping her link in the street corner into the chat. And I ask that you guys support her because she doesn't ask anybody for anything, and she's definitely out there doing the work. You see it. And when she show up at that commissioner's meeting, the same thing she says on YouTube or Instagram or wherever she may be, she say the same thing to those people. And I have much respect. So I have a post from her that was on IG. That I want to share. And it says, this message is directly from a deputy in the jail. And it says, the sheriff chose to settle his personal debts after receiving more than $2 million from the BOC to pay staff for overtime. He squandered the money again. The staff is unable to collect overtime pay. The commanders want the staff to do the work of 3 people. Labat is still deceiving the BOC. The BOC continues to believe him. And the BOC, I'm going to say, is the Board of Commissioners. The BOC continues to believe him since they are all Labats. And it looks like it says Labats, brothers and friends. The sheriff thinks he is untouchable. Someone needs to stand up. Labat stole the inmate welfare fund, overtime funds, and inaccurate campaign contributions. Inmates are held in jail for stealing, but Labat is walking, and that's as far as I can see it on here. Okay, let me go on. I can scroll. I don't know. Walking around free. He is constantly acting as though he was unaware. It was an error. That's what all thieves say. But they're arrested. But do you provide your bodyguards overtime compensation? Oh, you simply don't compensate the jail employees to keep the inmates alive. Did he trick the BOC again? He told them the money was for the workers and spent it to pay security company. He lied and played they ass again. Fulton Sheriff agrees to pay $43,000 for campaign finance violations. Matthews 18 and 20, for where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Prayer at Fulton County Trap House Jail, praying for the inmate and deputies and the worst sheriff in the history of Fulton Corrupt County. Out. Prayer. Pray for the inmates, the deputies, and the new sheriff for the Fulton County Jail. His only job is to be a sheriff in the jail. He turns his back on jail. Why ain't he out shopping for cleaning supplies? DOJ, where you at? So this is how he tries to get people to forget about his crimes. He clowns. He can take children shopping, but allowing the jail to become a trap house so the fathers cannot get out and take care of their children. And I'm going to okay.
Is so much going on here in Fulton County, and today is no different. You guys, when I say that the sheriff have pimped the board of commissioners, honey, they pimping them. In the board of commissioner pimping the community. I just say that because of the simple fact of, here it is, you guys. This man has committed and allowed more crime to be committed in his jail than Victor Hill. But how is it that they have not yet indicted him? How yet? How is that? Now, Victor Hill, they came and indicted him right away. Now, I know that it was a setup. We know that. Trust that. And that's already been proven a fact. But at the end of the day, this man don't need a setup because he is the setup, okay? He has lied. He has cheated. What's up, my good and amazing people?
Okay, it probably stopped right there because you only get like a minute. And what I was going to look for, I was looking for the meeting, and I had it earlier. We got a lot of stuff going on, y'all, in the world today. A whole lot of. Give me a minute. I'm going to play one of the people that came before LA Pink. It'll make a little bit more sense. I'm going to see if I can back a little before she comes up, so you all can hear her whole spiel. Now let me bring them up. A lot of people don't act because they don't know. And a lot of people want to act, but they don't know what to do and how to do it. And there's nothing wrong with that, because if you have not been taught, you can't know. So somebody got to be out here sounding the drum. And LA Pink and her husband and the street groomers and the other men and women that are a part of that organization can't not be the only ones that's speaking up for the people. The things that Ceddy Nash is doing is 100. And I know a lot of people have an issue with infamous Sylvia. I don't know her. My opinion of her doesn't matter, but I can say I see her doing the work, and we can say it's for whatever reason we want to say, but she's actually doing it. So whatever reason, it's getting done. However, I don't want to take away nothing from nobody, because I am one that I am very limited in what I am going to do. I can't do a lot of physical things. I can talk, I can write, and when I have money, I can give, and that's what I do. I don't do any physical anything. So that's something I cannot even begin to um, take away from someone's character. And it doesn't matter the issue of their heart, because it's written that nobody knows the heart of man but the one that created it. So I have to go with that. I'm not here to bash. I'm here to uplift fallen humanity. And anybody that I see that's doing anything to help somebody, it wipes their bad away from me. If I have a personal issue with somebody, I talk about the personal issue. But I see the work that this lady, the few times that I caught them praying and that I prayed with them, she was out there in that rain praying. Real or imagined, the action is what matters. It's not what you say, it's what you do. Because we say a lot. We mean well, but we accomplish nothing. Most of us don't. And I know most people don't want to hear truth. So I don't get any in this chat. But the truth gotta be told, and I'm not afraid to tell it. I'm getting ready to play what I want you guys to hear.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Griffin. I'm a resident of Atlanta, born and raised in Atlanta. The issue that I have is when I went to vote at the library in my area, I did early voting. When it got down to Sheriff Lobot and FANI Willis' name, their names were the only names on the ballot. It didn't have a name where I could write in somebody else or anything like that. So I left that area blank because I've had an issue with Sheriff Lobot and the way he handled business. My daughter was employed with the Fulton County Jail, and she was being harassed. She was basically kidnapped by one of the sheriffs at the jail, and I got in contact with Internal Affairs, and we did everything that we needed to do to address the situation, and they basically dropped it because they're saying that the lady said my daughter and her got into an argument. That's not what happened. I was on the phone the entire time. They told me that I could pursue the matter myself to go and take out a warrant on this officer, but it was information that I needed in order to do that, which was her name, her address, her birthday. And so I was not able to do that, and my daughter lost her job behind this situation. And my question is, how is it that Sheriff Lobot was able to take out a warrant on a lady, did not know her name, did not know her birthday, did not know her address, Miss L.A. Pink, took a warrant out on her and did exactly what I was trying to do. So that is my question for you all.
Thank you.
Once again, political gangbangers, we are here. And as usual, we know that Sheriff Lobot has pimped you guys again, and you guys are pimping the community, basically. I'm giving him money, and then he gives it to a security company instead of paying the deputies. And how am I knowing this? The deputies contacted me. I have a text message again from the deputies complaining about not being paid, the overtime that he was supposed to come down here and beg you guys for money and ask you guys for, I don't know what agreement you guys all worked out. That's the reason why I said, are you guys pimping the community? Because for you guys to give him money and not allocate where it goes, or after we know that he has already mismanaged funding, that's a problem with now that we can have with you guys as a commissioner board. So why everybody is sitting up here pulling Ricos need to be pulled on all of the city officials here in Fulton County, just about, because of the mismanaging money, the abuse of power that's being taken advantage of by some of these political gangbangers. The community shouldn't have to deal with this. Like she just said, when the sheriff falsely put a TPO out on me and then said that Michael Sterling had forged his signature or someone from his office, that was done in less than 24 hours. But then here it is, when we file something, it takes us forever. If you guys want a RICO done on us, it's done overnight. But when we want a RICO done on you all because of the things that you guys are misdoing, then it takes us the loopholes. So the same energy that's being given to the RICO with the YSL needs to be given that same energy with
And that's it. They just ding you out after 2 minutes and never to hear you again. Perhaps if the time is not eaten up and they have 60 minutes for all of the people that chose to speak, and I think it was 21 people today, then they get 2 minutes each. And of the last 15 seconds, they let you know that you have 15 seconds. And once that 15 seconds up, they just cut off your mic. So they're not going to hear whatever it is that you have to say. Even if you're in the middle of a sentence, they don't want to hear you get to the period. That's the way it's ran throughout the United States. This is unacceptable. And we call ourselves Americans, and we want everybody to go back home or go back where they came from. But we don't want to hold each other accountable, and especially not the officials that we elect in office. What is the purpose of electing them in office if we're not going to hold them to the oath that they took to uphold the state and the federal constitution? We have the power to do that. And the First Amendment gives us that right because we have a right to petition what we call our government. But if we just sit aside and just keep watching what happens, then we keep getting the news that we get every other day with the sadness of schools being shot up like they're in war, third world countries, families being wiped out because of the pressures of life. Everything is going up in the stores. Everything is going up at the pump. Everything is going up in our utilities. But our salaries, our income, however it be, are remaining the same. Actually, they're losing more value as things go up. And if your money does not go up, then you're losing the value of what you have. Dollar, not a dollar, not like it used to be, because it takes more dollars to do whatever it is that you need to do. Now I want to read y'all the Eighth Amendment. The Eighth Amendment is most often mentioned in the context of the death penalty. The Eighth Amendment prohibits cruel and unusual punishment, but also mentions excessive fines and bail. The excessive fines clause suffices among other places. It surfaces among other places in cases of civil and criminal forfeiture. For example, when property is seized during a drug raid. Now, remember, they seized property from Jeffrey Williams' home and monies and drugs, they said, which happened to come up missing. And no one seems to want to talk about that. But it happened nonetheless. I had to show y'all that so that we can get to the meat of why we're here. One minute. When you're dealing with old folks, you got to do it on old folks' time. I ask that you all jot down, if you would, the naturalization doctrine and read that. That comes from the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment speaks to the due process. And basically, what it says is all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the law. The 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause provides that no state may deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Supreme Court has applied the clause in two main contexts. First, the court has construed the clause to provide protections that are similar to those of the Fifth Amendment's Due Process Clause, except that with the Fifth Amendment applies to federal government actions. The 14th Amendment binds the states. The 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause guarantees procedural due process, meaning that government actors must follow certain procedures before they may deprive a person of a protected life, liberty, or property interest. The court has also construed the clause to protect substantive due process, holding that there are certain fundamental rights that the government may not infringe, even if it provides procedural protections. Second, the court has construed the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause to render many provisions of the Bill of Rights applicable to the states. As originally ratified, the Bill of Rights restricted the actions of federal government, but did not limit the actions of state governments. However, following ratification of the Reconstruction Amendment, the court has interpreted the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause to impose on the states many of the Bill of Rights limitations, a doctrine sometimes called incorporation against the states through the Due Process Clause. Litigants bringing constitutional challenges to state government action often invoke the doctrines of procedural or substantive due process or argue that state action violates the Bill of Rights as incorporated against the states. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment has thus formed the basis for many high-profile Supreme Court cases. The 14th Amendment prohibits states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Supreme Court has held that this protection extends to the natural person, i.e., the human beings, regardless of race, color, or citizenship. The court has also considered multiple cases about whether the word person includes artificial persons, meaning entities such as corporations. As early as the 1870s, the court appeared to accept that the clause protects corporations, at least in some circumstances. In the 1877 Granger cases, the court upheld various state laws without questioning whether a corporation could raise due process claims. In a roughly contemporaneous case arising from the Fifth Amendment, the court explicitly declared that the United States, equally with the states, are prohibited from depriving persons or corporations of property without due process of law. Subsequent decisions of the court have held that the corporation may not be deprived of its property without due process of law. By contrast, in multiple cases involving the liberty interest, the court has held that the 14th Amendment protects the liberty of natural, not artificial persons. Nevertheless, the court has at times allowed corporations to raise claims not based on the property interest. For instance, in a 1936 case, a newspaper corporation successfully argued that a state law deprived it of liberty of the press. A separate question concerns the ability of government officials to invoke the Due Process Clause to protect the interests of their office. Ordinarily, the mere official interest of a public office, such as the interest in enforcing a law, does not enable him to challenge the constitutionality of a law under the 14th Amendment. Moreover, municipal corporations lack standing to invoke the provisions of the 14th Amendment in opposition to the will of their creator, the state. However, the court has acknowledged that state officers have an interest in resisting an endeavor to prevent the enforcement of statutes in relation to which they have official duties, even if the officials have not sustained any private damage. State officials may therefore ask federal courts to review decisions of state courts declaring state statutes which they seek to enforce to be repugnant to the 14th Amendment. And then they give us the footnotes of where they're coming from at the bottom of this article. And this is from the Cornell School of Law. And this is the 14th Amendment, Due Process Clause 1.3. So I read all that to say that this man is suffering from cruel and unusual punishment, as well as due process of law. Due process of law, what am I talking about? He was acquitted of all charges in a RICO trial, and he should have been able to go free. But because he had been on probation before he was ever arrested for this RICO, the probation was back in, I think, 2015, and he was serving out the probation. And because he had the incident while he was locked up in a place that he shouldn't have been locked up for 2 years, then they decided at the bond hearing that there was a warrant for his arrest. Well, Ceddy Nash is going to show us just how these people lie in the games that they play. So without further ado, and I think I said without, maybe I didn't, but that's what I meant to say. We're going to go now to the first one is Yak is what they call him. Gotti returns to court over bond. So we're going to look at this from Law and Crime. And we're going to look at this bond hearing. And many of us who've been following the case know that Kayla Bontas is an attorney from Atlanta who came into this case supposedly to stand in for one of the attorneys, Mr. Melnick, who was going on vacation during the time Woody, Kenneth Copeland, was on trial. And she was only supposed to stand in so she could just see him say that he wanted to take the fifth again or make the decision not to take the fifth. And he made the decision not to, and they had the ex parte hearing. And that sparked the whole chain of events that brought this case to a close. In addition to that, Miss Bumpus later became a YouTube sensation, and she has a YouTube channel. And then recently, we heard that she married a defendant, Shannon Stillwell Jackson, and she now resides in the state of Texas. And so he is supposed to be able to come to Texas once they accept his parole or probation, whatever they gave him, the conditions that they gave him, because a lot of the things were time served. And like I said, I'm going to show y'all his spectrum at the end, just so you can see how FANI Willis have lied time and time again in these RICO cases, just like she started out with the school system and putting away teachers for, they said, erasures. But it's really hard to believe that even if you would erase an answer on a test, that you would end up a convicted felon, and even some of those teachers went to prison. And that sparked her career. And she's been chasing Rico ever since. Matter of fact, they're still chasing Rico because he didn't make it in this courtroom. We know that because 2 men were totally exonerated from that charge, and 6 others was exonerated from charges, period. So this is really, really, really sad that more people are not interested in what we can do to help change this, and they're more into the entertainment part of it. And I know people have a right to be interested in whatever they want to be interested in. But our condition kind of stays the same because nobody is interested in learning how to make it different. And in my mind, one of the reasons for that is because you have to be accountable and you have to take responsibility. And thirdly, you have to do something. You got to act. And most people just would rather just put it off on somebody else, and then when all things go wrong, blame them. But we're responsible for ourselves. We're responsible for our thoughts, our thinking, our decision making, what we do and what we don't do. And I know a lot of people don't want it and ain't gonna get it. I got that. But that don't keep me from telling it. As long as I have a voice to tell it, I'm gonna tell it. Just like I'm going to continue to set my goals and ask for membership. And if anyone want to donate, channel donate, we're going to keep it moving. Either way it go, I'm going to keep showing up because somebody is learning something. Even if it's one somebody or 2. Here is the hearing for Deamonte Kendrick on his bond. And I want y'all to pay attention and listen to what happened.
Okay, this is 24 SC 004460 and 23 SC 188186. Both of these are State versus Kendrick. Hello, Mr. Kendrick. I'm all right. How are you doing? I bet you could if you wanted to. I'm Judge McBurney, and we are going to work through bond in your 2 cases. You've got 1 case that's assigned to me, in which you're charged with aggravated battery, aggravated assault, and riot. You've got a whole bunch of co-defendants in that case. And you have an older case that is assigned to Judge Whitaker, in which you are charged with having an iPhone and AirPods while you were in the county jail. Ms. Bumpus represents you. Ms. Bumpus, are you representing Mr. Kendrick for bond only or through the duration of these two cases?
Through the duration, Your Honor.
Excellent. So Ms. Bumpus is here for the whole ride, and then Mr. Rao is representing the state. But like I said, all we're doing today is talking about bond. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bumpus. Hear from her about why you're a good candidate for bond in these two cases and what that bond should look like. And then I'll hear from Mr. Rao, and then you'll hear from me when you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to condense both the cases into one argument.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm just going to keep it short and sweet. As this honorable court, I'm pretty sure it knows, Mr. Kendrick has been in custody since May 9th, 2022. He has since been found not guilty on the charges that initially had him in custody. During those 2.5 years, he picked up these additional jail cases. The first case was picked up, as you stated, in April of 2023, the second in June of 2024. It is my understanding that Mr. Kendrick has 3 previous felony convictions, none of them being violent convictions. That is my understanding. And as we know, that is one of the factors in this court considering the bond. The second factor I would like to address, which is extremely important to me, is community ties. And this is important to me as an attorney because Mr. Kendrick has family support. He has a lot of support. And not only are they here today, but they have been in court with him almost every day for the past 2.5 years. And I think that shows that he has a support system standing behind him. And he has a lot of accountability and responsibility to do the right thing if he's given the opportunity, given a bond. This is a jail incident, Your Honor, and I come before you a lot, and it's very sad to say, but normally when I pick up a client who I can't get a bond for immediately, that's a double client because they're gonna get a jail case. It's almost inevitable, and especially when you have been sitting in jail for 2.5 years for something that you essentially are found not guilty for. And had he not been there, this would not have happened. He has no reason, I don't even think he has an ability to contact the victim in this case if he is granted the opportunity to be given a bond. Also, I would like to talk about the aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and riot charges. I did not represent Mr. Kendrick, and he did not have an opportunity to sit in the preliminary hearing on this case, but there was a preliminary hearing held on this case.
When you say he wasn't able to sit in, he was in through Zoom, or?
No, he was in trial, but the co-defendants were.
Oh, okay, so there was a prelim, not as to him personally and directly, because he was in 1C.
Yes, Judge.
But in 2B, 1 floor up, they went forward with some or most of the other defendants.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And in that case, it's my understanding that the judge decided that there was the facts did not arise to an aggravated assault, but a battery. And I know that, the state can then go and indicted and do what they do, but I just wanted the court to know that. In the bond motion that I filed, I specifically stated the DOJ report that was issued in November of 2024. This is extremely concerning for me because my client knows this all too well because he was actually a victim of a stabbing on December 1st. And you are very familiar with how it goes when people are close to release and when people are in high profile cases. And there is a target on his back. And, you know, I'm not sure, but there are also some people who may not be very happy with the not guilty verdict in this case and what he has alleged to have been a part of, but found not guilty of. I don't believe Mr. Kendrick has any history of FTAs. I have watched him fight for his life for 2.5 years, and I can only imagine the resources it took to afford an attorney, to afford clothes, to afford everything that he had to do, but he still found a way to afford me, which means he takes this case serious, even though it's a jail case, which means me and him are gonna work together to make sure he's back at every court date and do what we have to do so that he can follow any conditions given by this court. Considering the fact of everything, I'm asking the court to set a bond no higher than $20,000 on all the counts.
Talk to me about where Mr. Kendrick would stay. I don't mean a specific address, but with whom, what that setting would be, and what kind of work he would be able to do if he's going to be working when he gets out. And I know some of those are strange questions because he's been in for 2.5 years, so it's not like there's a job at this firm where he was working. Hey, we held your spot for 2.5 years, but I trust you and he have discussed something about the structure that would be in place, and that would help me understand what Mr. Kendrick would be up to and not up to should he be released.
Your Honor, Mr. Kendrick was a recording artist and is a recording artist, and not just, our typical, I'm a rapper, but a real one. And as soon as he's released, I believe he's going to start back making music. And before this, I have pictures ready to present if the court wants to see, but I'm an officer of the court. But he was coaching Little League, he was performing, he was being a valuable member of society until arrested for charges that he was found not guilty of 2 years later, as he sat in the Fulton County Jail. I do have an address, and I did speak with his mother this morning that I can provide off the record.
Sure.
And it is a complicated situation because he's been in custody, but they have been working hard since I filed this motion to find somewhere for him.
He would stay with his mother, or he would stay at this address that his mother was able to find for him?
At this address that his mother would, and that's something, if you don't mind, we can talk about off the record just because of the whole situation.
No, I don't mind, and I'm trying to be elliptical about it, but it's probably wise for Mr. Kendrick, while he's on bond for these 2 cases, that it not be a house that's shared by people with whom he allegedly associated in the underlying case. And so, while if he does make bond, I encourage him to pursue whatever trade, and that could be music and whatnot, it's going to need to be in a thoughtful way where he is not bumping up against some folks that he might have in the past circulated with for all sorts of good reasons or bad reasons, but That landed him in the trial that lasted 2 years and kept him in custody for 2 years. And I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation to say, while you're on bond for 2 other matters, you're going to need to move in a different way and in different circles than you did before. And so that's the only reason why I'm asking. It's not for you to share publicly.
I want to stop it right there and just inject my opinion on that, because to me that's double jeopardy as well as kidnapping, because this man was acquitted of all charges, and they just had the DOJ give this big report on how poorly the jail is kept, how the doors do not lock, how they found so many different shanks and weapons inside of the prison, the jail, how the sheriff actually is literally run it like a trap house, how the guards was bringing in cell phones and drugs and even weapons to people. They had drones delivering stuff at the jail, drones from the sky, and they were actually being delivered to the jail for the inmates. And for this judge to say what he said about, you know, the underlying case and put him in jail, but he was acquitted of that. So, in my opinion, the judge is being disingenuous, and he seems like a very fair judge, as fair as they come, because that's what we also have to understand, as fair as they come. The system itself is not fair. You say it is, but if you don't know how to navigate through the system, and we don't, most of us don't, because they don't allow us to even discuss law, let alone, suggest anything to anybody. So it's very, 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 to me, disheartening and disingenuous for the judge to make some of the statements that he said about this situation, knowing that these 2 cases, as the attorney said, but for him being in the place for 2 years that he was not guilty of, this wouldn't have never happened to him. A lot of people have had comments on her representation. I think that she probably hit the mark on what she was trying to say, but I don't think that she was persuasive enough. And they said that she's the bond getter, and if she can't get you a bond, it's something wrong. And unfortunately, she failed him. But I didn't see anything that was dynamic or outstanding in the way she presented it. And I didn't know if she was really playing or if she was just talking. I honestly didn't get it. But whatever the situation may be, he didn't get bond. And we'll see that in the other 2 videos after this, the injustice that's happening to this young man. And I really wish that America would wake up and get involved. It may not be you today, it may not be your loved one, but at any moment in time, it could be either one of us. All you have to be is accused and then taken out of your environment. And that's directly against the due process clause of the 14th Amendment. And as you note, the state constitution provides a due process as well. So both speaks to, and that's where the 5th Amendment comes in, both speaks to that you should not be deprived of your life, your liberty, or property without due process of law. So this is really, really sad. Let's go.
It'll be 123 Main Street, and I'll be staying with this person. But those people need to not be people with whom he associated before, not because that's necessarily a forever condition, but if he is going to be on bond for these things, I think everyone needs a comfort level, and basically for his own safety, You're not going back to whatever life was before. And so I need to be comfortable that those guardrails are in place. So it may be, and I'll hear from Mr. Rao in a minute, that we need to have some email back and forth about what those conditions would look like, who can be around Mr. Kendrick, who he needs to not be around, and something as simple as you can't go to those studios, because those studios are ones where we read about them and it's a great music making place, and the next day there's a dead guy in the parking lot. And that has nothing to do with Mr. Kendrick, but he can't be in that kind of space. He needs to find a studio up on a mountain.
Well, Your Honor, I think that we're gonna be working on getting a studio in wherever he resides, so that he can, take some time. He's been in the public eye for 2 years, so I think he wants to take some time to make some music and gather himself.
Okay. All right. I don't want to get ahead of maybe that bond's not appropriate, but I wanted you to know that if I do set a bond, we may need to have some exchanges, including the state, about, well, what's that going to look like structurally, so that I know what I can put in the bond that's not sealed, because there'll be a bond order that says, here you go, but there may be certain things that are under seal for a good reason. So we can work through that. But your request is a $20,000 bond across the 2 cases.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Let me see. I want to try again, Ms. Jackson. I don't have any reason to believe they fixed the technical difficulties. But could you pop your mic on and say hi?
Hi, can you hear me, Your Honor?
Okay, yeah, it didn't work again. It's not on your end, it's something happening here, because everyone who is not in court can hear what you're saying. I'll ask Mr. Rao about criminal history, but if the tech folks show up in time to fix it, that would be great. I'll look in what's in the chat. Oh, okay. Thank you, Officer Evans. Mr. Kendrick has a warrant from DCS, so that complicates things as well. But let me hear your presentation and then I'll get the warrant.
Now, y'all remember this section of the video at 11 and 17 minutes. Did someone pass the judge a note? And the judge says, oh, Mr. Kendrick has a warrant. I want y'all to remember that, because we're going to find out later that the warrant wasn't signed until today. And you'll hear that because it's going to come from the probation department, and the probation officer wanted to speak before they ended for the day. So very interesting how these people play. And these are all conspiracies, whether people know that or not. A lot of people say, you're just a conspiracy theorist. Well, the CIA gave us the terminology conspiracy theorist. You need to just look up the word conspiracy and look it up in the statute, 241, in the federal statute. And then look it up in the dictionary, the law dictionary preferably, but you can look at the regular dictionary and understand what a conspiracy is. A lot of times we believe we know definitions of words because we've used them so much until we actually don't know the definition of the word. But I want y'all to just note that the judge just got a note saying that there is a warrant for his arrest. And Ceddy is going to say it in his video. I've said it and heard it. All of this is just a part of that promise that FANI WILLIS supposedly had promised Donovan Thomas' mother that she would put the people that unalived her son away. And they are supposed to be good friends, and Bonnie Willis supposedly had an intimate relationship with this young man who was third-ranking gang member and street pharmaceutical salesman. So here we go.
To everyone.
Yes, Judge. The defendant stands before you having been indicted on 2 separate cases, which opposing counsel presented to the court. The aggravated assault, aggravated battery occurred on June 17th of this year, where the defendant is alleged to have been the main perpetrator amongst 7 co-defendants who have also been indicted, to my understanding, performing essentially a vicious beating and assault on a fellow inmate, Detrell Wembley, causing severe lashes to his back by using electrical cords to essentially whip the victim in that particular case, causing bruises both to his back, neck, as well as his face.
So I'm a little familiar with that case because there's a co-defendant, Mr. Thomas, who had a very, very old murder. You know the history of that. It's a lot of co-defendants, and I'm wondering if you are able at this juncture to dissect that case enough to say, and we're particularly concerned because Mr. Kendrick had a lead role versus he held the door open with his foot, because my understanding, just from hearing a little bit from Mr. Thomas's, co-defendant Thomas's lawyers, is that not all, and they weren't acknowledging that anything happened, but that not all of the co-defendants were equally situated. And I think that has an impact on how to think through what bond would look like.
That's correct, Judge. And I think that's an accurate statement that not all defendants were similarly situated. What is clear from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office's investigation is that the defendant is the main perpetrator behind the assault on the victim in this particular case. Between 7:55 p.m. On the night of June 16th up until 8 a.m. the following morning is when the assault is alleged to have occurred. And the reason why they're able to provide that time frame is because in that surveillance video that they observed, Mr. Kendrick appears to be the main perpetrator going into the cell where the victim was, and he remained there the entire time. And by he, I mean the victim. The victim remained there.
Got it. Let me pause you for 1 second. IT thinks they fixed the situation. Let's try Officer Evans. Officer Evans, can you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Look at that. It's better. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Somehow that device's volume got turned down, but we're back. All right. So your view from a review, your perspective from a review of the evidence is that Mr. Kendrick would have been the lead, if you will, on the assault. I'm going to call it the assault case.
That's correct. And in addition to that, the Sheriff's Office had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kendrick. And essentially there's a lot of commotion in the background because it's on a body camera footage. They were able to secure a statement from Mr. Kendrick and Mr.
From Mr. Kendrick or from Mr. Wimberly?
Both, but with respect to Mr. Kendrick, it's essentially saying, what else am I going to do? It's about respect. They're stealing my stuff. I got to do something. I would disagree with the assertions that this is just a battery, and I think I'm more than happy to share the photographs with the court, and the court can make that judgment as well. But we are respectfully asking, in conclusion, that the court deny bond in both cases. I will recite to the court the defendant's criminal history. He does, in fact, have 3 prior convictions, one out of Maricopa County, for which he was convicted for theft by shoplifting and possession of drug paraphernalia on April 9th, 2015. The defendant then subsequently secured a conviction for felon in possession of a firearm. This appears to be a federal case that was prosecuted by the Northern District of Georgia, from my understanding of the NCIC and GCIC, for which he was sentenced on February 22nd, 2017. And I do see at least a probation violation on 2020. There wasn't any further information as to why, whether it was a technical or substantive violation. Then on August 28th, 2017, the defendant was convicted in a Fulton County Superior Court case, indictment number 15 SC 140116, and was convicted of 6 charges: conspiracy to commit aggravated assault, participation of criminal street gang activity, theft by receiving, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act, fleeing and attempting to elude, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. In that particular case, the defendant was found to be in possession of a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, as well as an AK-47 in a vehicle, where he and his co-defendant in that particular case were on their way to a rival gang member's territory to commit a retaliation assault based on some prior actions. And that is the statement of Mr. Kendrick himself to law enforcement during the investigation of that particular case.
Can you give me that case number again, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 15 SC 140116, and it does appear that he is on active probation for that particular case, having been sentenced to 15 years to serve 2 sentences, with the balance of the first 8 years on probation, with the remaining last 5 years being suspended. In addition to that, Judge, we believe the defendant is a risk to reoffend based on his criminal history. We believe he's a danger to the community based on the fact that when he was arrested on May 9th, 2022, in between May 9th, 2022 and this date, the defendant has at least 13 reported jail incidents while in the custody of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Of those 13 incidents, 10 are allegations of violence, and 3 are allegations of possession of contraband. And those include the indicted cases before the court today, which the defense is seeking a bond hearing. And many of those cases, there are other witnesses that came forward, including the most recent one on December 1st, 2024, where the allegations that the defendant was stabbed. Well, he was stabbed, and according to what another witness said, both a correction officer and an inmate, because the defendant went up to the inmate and started assaulting him. And I guess from the inmate's perspective, he needed to defend himself. Not that I agree that he should have been in possession of a weapon in the jail, but those are the allegations that have been put forth in this particular case. In every single one of those acts, violent incidents that the jail has reported, the defendant, through investigation as well as testimony or statements from other inmates, have pointed him to being the perpetrator of the assault. And so while I certainly understand everyone is talking about the conditions of the jail, Exhibit A is before you as to why it's unsafe. So, Judge, we're respectfully asking the court to deny bond. We believe that the defendant is a danger to the community, a risk to reoffend, and a potential risk of flight given the circumstances of his arrest on May 9th, 2022, when he fled the scene after a search warrant was executed on the residence where the defendant was at the time.
Do you have any visibility into whether your office is going to be bringing other cases from these other incidents? And I ask not to press or speed anything, but more so for a management, frankly. I mean, Ms. Bumpus needs to know what she and her client are up against. And I know that your office exercises discretion and doesn't indict every little scuffle that happens at the jail. Is it safe to assume that your office has filtered through that and we've got the two cases, the contraband and the assault? Or what's your sense? I know you're not committing the office, you're not in that unit, but you do have some managerial perspective.
From my understanding, Judge, there is one unindicted case that's been brought to our office. So I'm going to take a look at that and make a determination. With respect to the other ones, without committing anything to the court, I don't believe we will be going forward on any of those.
Okay, so they would be at most, if Mr. Kendrick would go to trial, could be 404B or could be linked to one of these other situations, or it would be something in aggravation at a bond hearing or at a sentencing hearing. That is your best forecast, with maybe one exception.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, want to give you the last word. I'm going to not be able to rule immediately because I need to look into the probation situation that was just brought to all of our attention. And certainly want to understand that before I do something on this.
Yes, Judge. And it is my understanding that the allegation of the likelihood of reoffending, I just want to revisit that, because the last time that my client committed a crime was in 2015, 10 years ago. And well, minus these jail cases.
Right. I don't know the federal one. It sounds like that was resolved in 2017, but that doesn't mean it wasn't 2014 conduct.
Your Honor, it's the feds picked up this state case. So they're not two separate crimes.
Got it.
This 2015 is the federal case.
All right. So there just was dual sovereigns, and Mr. Kendrick got squeezed in both places.
Yes, Judge. So not two separate acts. And in me saying that, I don't know if this brings any or can help us get clarity on the warrant, because my client's understanding is that the federal probation then trumped the state probation, and he was to be reporting to federal probation because they had taken over this case.
Well, I don't think legally it would be that the state probation goes away. There's supervised release. That's what they call it on the federal side. And it may well be that Mr. Kendrick had a very clear understanding with DCS, state probation. Hey, you report to those federal folks. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a probation clock ticking and running throughout. And so what's been brought to my attention is that there may be a probation warrant situation as a result of these two cases. So as is par for poor Mr. Kendrick, everything's all connected. And so it may be deemed a violation of his state probation from the 2015 case that he got mixed up with having contraband and was allegedly part of the assault of Mr. Wimber. And you know that's how it flows. And so if that warrant is out there, then we need to work through that, and setting a bond doesn't make a lot of sense. Until that warrant is addressed. You know full well, once that warrant is addressed, or if it's lifted, or it's dismissed, or I don't know that judges tend to set bond on probation warrants, but if so, then we don't need to reconvene this session. I'll know that that warrant's out of the way, and then it does make sense to think about what a bond would look like for Mr. Kendrick for the two cases for which you represent him. If there is a warrant, that will just be a little additional time that you can work with Mr. Rao to figure out, is there going to be a third matter, or is this our universe, the assault case and the contraband case?
Okay, Your Honor, and just in closing, I just wanted to reiterate for the record that those two, the federal case and the state case, are one occurrence.
I got it.
And that the additional alleged acts in the jail, I mean, he has not been charged with those.
Understood. And my inquiries of Mr. Rao were more, as you heard them, which is, is there more coming that we need to be waiting for? Because fair is the wrong word, but sort of from a due process perspective, Mr. Kendrick's entitled to say, can we wrap all this up? And it may be 3 accusations and 2 indictments, but whatever the state's gonna do, don't do it piecemeal 3 months later, and then 3 months later, and then 3 months later, for things that have already allegedly occurred. Now, if tomorrow something happens, that's a new vista for the state, but what Mr. Rao was referring to with the 13 incidents and the contraband, that's already happened. And so, I can't force the state to say, here's your cutoff and you need to decide what you're going to deal with. But it doesn't help anyone to just keep bringing you and Mr. Kendrick back. It's like, all right, this time it was a cell phone. This time it was a cheeseburger. Let's just wrap it all up if that's what's going to happen. And I trust Mr. Rao is going to look into that. And they typically don't get every cheeseburger case. You get written up at the jail, but then as you hear about it, that's when someone says, oh, he was a saint when he was in jail. And they said, well, not so much. He was a saint who ate cheeseburgers. Okay. And we worry whether that's a big deal. The big deal right now is the possibility that there's this warrant, which makes bond moot in these 2 cases. But as with all things in Mr. Kendrick's life, it's connected to whatever happened in 2015, because it would be that state probation. Okay. Mr. Kendrick, do you have any questions for me about what we were discussing? I'll make sure. Good lawyer, she's going to explain it all to you, but there's a chance right now. Not about the facts of your case. Don't tell me I wasn't the guy who did this or that, but about the process we've been discussing.
I pretty much understand everything.
Okay. All right. Well, Ms. Bumpus will explain whatever you don't. And we will reconvene. I don't know that we'll necessarily have to have a full-blown hearing once we clear up this warrant situation. If there is a warrant, then I'm tabling bond on these two cases for now. If there's not a warrant or it's lifted or something, then I'll need to have a little bit of that offline discussion with you, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Rao about where Mr. Kendrick would be and how that would be structured, so I can see if I'm comfortable that there's a set of conditions that would keep Mr. Kendrick safe and also keep him out of the kinds of things that he needs to stay out of until he resolves these two cases.
And Your Honor, how am I gonna, can someone email me about the probation or?
I will keep everyone in the loop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rao, anything else from the state?
Yeah.
All right, for those of you who were here for Mr. Kendrick, thank you for being here. I'm sorry you had to give up your phone. You get it back when you leave.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so let's go and look at something right quick before we go into Ceddy's videos. I wanted you guys to be reminded of the conditions in which this young man is living with and has lived with for the past 2 years as an innocent man. Okay, I don't want to do that one. I want to do this one. Hold on a minute. I want to do this one. And there may be some weird things that you're going to be looking at. But I need y'all to see this so y'all can understand the conditions in which they're living in that Fulton County jail, and how sad it is. And this is the trap house that L.A. Pink speaks about when she goes to the commissioner meeting, and she calls them out every time she show up. So here we go. This is a raid at Fulton County Jail. Drugs, shanks, phones, and more seized. Sheriff believed drones involved. This is a sheriff who's getting all of this money that he's going to get out there and fight. He's out in the streets fighting, but he's not protecting the people once they get him back to the jail. So to say he's going to lock them up, and I don't know if you guys recall, but there were many people that transitioned in that very jail, and they were not sentenced to a death sentence. Most had not even been indicted or received counsel. So here we go.
Taking you inside a raid of the Fulton County Jail. And this is just some of what strike teams confiscated. Things like drugs, cell phones, shanks, a makeshift hatchet, even a bullet. Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie has this exclusive story live from Northwest Atlanta. And Mark, the sheriff believes someone actually used drones to get stuff into the hands of inmates.
And the Fulton County Sheriff's Office says this is some of the contraband recovered in the massive shakedown we were on inside the Fulton County Jail. And a lot of the illegal cell phones, which can go for thousands inside the jail, drugs and tobacco recovered, came into the jail via illegal drone drops. Wait till you see the ingenuity involved, however misguided.
The assignment is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing we're going up here to do is a massive shakedown. We're looking for any weapons, drugs, or any contraband that the inmates are not supposed to have.
Sheriff Pat Labatt says the Fulton County Sheriff's Office jail strike team struck a vein of contraband quickly in the first zone they hit.
This is a cell phone and charger found within seconds of hitting this unit.
Yes. On the high security 7th floor of the Fulton County Jail.
This has been a high priority area for us with respect to drone activity.
And before Saturday morning was done, men and women normally assigned not just to the jail, but to the courthouse and across the sheriff's office, who had assembled in the early morning darkness, had amassed a massive amount of dangerous material inmates aren't supposed to have, but did. Lots of makeshift weapons, including shanks, even a makeshift hatchet, cell phones, even a bullet, suspected drugs. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office says all this from one shakedown. These are more than a half dozen suspected crack pipes?
Yes.
Taken from inside the jail.
Yep.
The Sheriff's Office says the shakedown turned up 22 illegal cell phones, suspected marijuana, tobacco, plenty of pills, even a bottle labeled as the prescription drug promethazine. And then there are the weapons.
I'm surprised the building's still standing.
Most of the weapons made from things stripped out of the building.
From the plumbing shafts to the lighting fixtures.
It's not like it.
We had watched as the stuff piled up in that one zone. Where'd those come from?
Cell 504.
Just that commissary kiosk.
But what's it turned into?
The charging station.
This is marijuana from California. This is found in cells. And that's marijuana?
Yes, sir. How did that go get in the window? Through the inmates burning, they use, as you can see, the exposed wires up in the light fixtures, so they'll use that to start fires, and then they would just sit there until they can melt away the plastic. So the reason why now the inmates burn the holes inside of the windows is because they're using drones.
We told the story of drones in prisons, but drone drops are now a major factor in the contraband trade at the Fulton County Jail.
Absolutely. Some have crash landed and ultimately with different types of payload.
And trial. 15 on right. I'm awaiting trial.
Innocent or guilty?
I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Near the zone, we got a shakedown reaction from one inmate.
We don't have no problem back here. These folks coming up here antagonizing it. We ain't got no problems up here.
The inmate we interviewed on camera earlier this morning, what'd you find in the cell he shares with somebody else?
We collected 2 cell phones out of that cell.
You know anything about it? couple of cell phones.
No name about no contraband. No name about no contraband. No sale. On here, we ain't try.
In fairness, Natalie Ammons with the sheriff's office says there is no way to know if the cell phones belong to the inmate we interviewed, a cellmate, or someone else, and he was not charged with him. And I guess this image puts a fine point on the danger faced by staff and inmates here in the Fulton County Jail. The sheriff's office says the jail staff does smaller shakedowns on a regular basis, but the last one of this magnitude was shortly before Thanksgiving. Live inside the Fulton County Jail. Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
Mark, that is absolutely unbelievable. Not only the amount of stuff, but how they're getting it in. And we've been showing you the backstory on problems with drones, contraband, and inmates. Last month, Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie was with the Department of Corrections agents as they raided a drone repair shop in Gwinnett County called Thunder Drones. Agents arrested the owner, Robert Schwartz, and seized dozens of drones. They believe Schwartz has ties with gang members, and those drones were used to drop drugs and contraband into prisons.
Okay, last one. We need to see these items of solution. I agree with you, LA. I agree 100%.
Here on Fox 5, 6 people.
1 second. We need not forget what's going on in Fulton County, and we need everybody learning from this experience and perhaps doing what you can.
People are behind bars tonight, including a Fulton County detention officer, after the Fulton County Sheriff disrupted a major contraband network.
The evidence seized includes drones, stolen weapons, marijuana, and $5,900 in cash. Let's go now to Fox 5's Angelique Proctor, who joins us now from the Fulton County Jail with more on this major development. Angelique?
Good evening to you both. Now, in addition to this detention officer who was arrested at her home this morning, the sheriff says 4 of the people arrested were vendors. Vendors are contractors who do different things for the jail. In this case, they were bringing food in for the inmates, but the sheriff says they brought in a whole lot more than food.
The most important thing is that we've disrupted this network.
Fulton County Sheriff.
Now I have to stop there and say that's the point of passing the buck, because most of those vendors and anybody that have contract with the counties, the jail systems, are friends of somebody in some position, and they give them these contracts. We know that it's happened too many times throughout too many states throughout the United States. So we can all pretend that it's fair and you just come up with an idea and you put in a bid and you are the lucky draw. That happens. That does happen. But the majority of these people that are working in these type of positions, there's no way the sheriff does not know or did not know that these people were bringing this contraband in, and he disrupted. What did he disrupt? He hasn't done anything different. He hasn't changed anything. So that just sounds good, and that's what they call a political answer. And that's why I call it politricks, because most of us don't even understand politics and how it really works. But this is just really an insult to our intelligence. And we people keep allowing these people to play with our intelligence. But you get mad at somebody that cut you off in traffic or in a line at the store, or if somebody try to skip. You know, it's just really unbelievable how we as adults actually act like children and don't take responsibility as adults and do what we need to do to stop this type of corruption. But the culture of corruption is just as bad as the culture of what they've made rap music, the drill music, and all of the unaliving and, you know, the deviancy. It's just like we have people here on the internet that say that they're family people. You talk with them in the chat, they speak as if they're really intelligent people and they have values, but yet they will condone a grown man on the internet saying that he would actually relieve himself on a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old child. And that is just so very unimaginable for anybody to think with such deviant, sadomasochistic thoughts. And then to have a man who was an ex-officer, ex-military, and now supposed to be a thriving spouse and intelligent man, say that they agree with everything this person says, it really hurts. It's devastating. It happened to one of the content creators here, and of course nobody cares. Nobody cares because we play the color game. And then we throw in the word racist, and then everything is supposed to be all right. But it's not. Number one, it's only one race, and it's the human race. Colors are crayons. You find white, black, yellow, red, blue, green. You find all of them in a box of crayons. And they were made famous by Crayola. Humans are just that, humans. We all bleed the same red. They say it's blue before it comes out, but the oxygen hit it and it turns red. We all share the same belly button, same set of eyes. You know, I haven't seen a 4-eyed person unless they're wearing glasses, but perhaps there is one. I don't know them. I just believe we need to do better as a people. We really should do better. And you can't control what anyone says, but you can definitely condone it. You don't have to go along with it. You want to dispute it. You don't want to condone wrong. You don't want to do that. I had to think back to what I was saying. No, what you want to do is dispute, refute, denounce And see, I think where people get caught up, they get caught up in the person. And adults should be thinking about the behavior of the person, because we all are Lord of our own life. We law over ourselves. Right and wrong begins with us as individuals. So no one can tell you how to be. Be who you want to be and how you want to be. But if you have a behavior that is not in line with the harmony of a human being and nature, then we need to call out that behavior. We definitely should do that. And not enough people are doing that. And that's sad. It's very sad. And then it's predicated on what you look like, where you come from, how your English sound. I've heard more people born in America can't speak English than I have foreigners, as they call them, when they don't understand that we're all foreign, one to another. Each state is a country of its own. And if you think I'm making this up, just look and see if your state has a constitution. That's all you got to do. Again, I'm here to uplift quality humanity. I will not be bullied, ran off, none of that will happen for me. I've had some of the worst things that can happen to a person happen to me on YouTube, and I only came to uplift. But I will forever continue to educate with erudition. And that's learning for human development. We can live this American life as Americans without trying to be a domestic terrorist or umaguma gala babla buba la la buba. I don't know those languages. I don't. So I'm just going to go with that I was taught, and then I was not taught that well, because I wasn't even in the mindset of knowing anything about an etymology or an etymon. I had no idea what that meant. Morphology, I know how you morph into one thing and another, but I never equated it with linguistics. Phrenology, I never equated these things. I only learned what I learned, and I kept moving with that I know, and thought I really knew something. But there is so much for us to learn, and it can be a fun learning experience. Everybody want to know, what can we do? What can we do to make it different? What can we do? We can start listening to truth. We can start researching and finding truth for ourselves. We don't have to hear anybody say it. But as long as we're into entertainment, we'll keep getting the puppy stories, the dog crusher stories, the minions who come and troll names to make you feel bad. No, my body makes me feel bad. That's what people really need to understand. There's nothing you can say or do outside of me to make me feel bad. My body makes me feel bad. And I have ups and I have downs. But it is what it is. So let me go back so y'all can hear this liar tell this story.
Patrick Labat says this major contraband operation began crumbling when one of his employees noticed Newport cigarettes hidden under the sandwiches in this food tray on December 22nd. The sheriff launched a major investigation that led to 6 people being charged in what he calls a clandestine contraband operation that had inside ties.
It's one thing to find contraband that is fashioned from the building itself. It's another thing to find contraband that has been brought into the facility or gotten into the facility in some shape, form, or fashion.
The sheriff says the investigation started with the arrest of Summit food vendor Tiffany Anderson and supervisor Richard Smith on January 4th. Then Anderson's sister, who worked as a Summit food vendor, assistant director Sequoia Anderson Roberts, was arrested on January 5th. On January 9th, the internal probe led to the Summit Food Service worker Nicole Sheets' arrest. The final nail in the coffin came Friday morning when SWAT officers swarmed the house of one of their own, Fulton County Detention Officer Tiffany Davis, who the sheriff said had drugs, almost $5,000 in cash, a drone, and weapons inside her home. Deputies found former inmate Valen Preston hiding in her attic.
Systematically, the way that the actual contraband entered came in through a contractor's vehicle and then ultimately dispersed through there.
Now, this investigation is not over. The sheriff says there will be security changes and upgrades going forward to prevent networks like this from thriving here at the Fulton County Jail. We are live in Northwest Atlanta. Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Angelique, thanks.
Hey, Ash, I just noticed you came in. You are always on daddy duty, so that's nothing new. I don't think I've had an opportunity, but today, before it's over with, because it's almost over with, and I was intending to start like this. Today, my brother turned 68, and today marks the 21st year that my sister passed. She passed on my brother's birthday, unfortunately. So let me play my birthday song for my brother. I'm sorry I didn't play it at the beginning. That's what I was intending on doing, but sometimes I get started at the last second, and this is what happens. So let me just give us a break. I don't have nobody in here but one or two every now and then. So I like listening to my own stuff. I just want y'all to know that. I really love this thing that I do, and I would love to have more people. I had a challenge of 10 $5 super chats. I don't think I got one, but that's okay. I'll just keep setting goals. YouTube is finding more ways for us to make money because this is a business. And so we have to find witty ways to do it. And the people give according to however they choose or want. Okay. Once I get finished with this little tribute I'm about to do, we got to go back and look at this last video I found. That's 2 minutes. And they're talking about the sex, cell phones, and the chicken pot pies. So we got to go back and listen to that. But first, let's go happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Go ahead, it's your birthday. Go ahead, it's your birthday. Go ahead, it's your birthday. Go ahead, go ahead. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday to my oldest living brother. Happy birthday to Mr. Goldhard Black. And happy birthday to Shy. All of them celebrated a birthday today. But like I stated a moment ago, unfortunately, my sister passed on this very same day. So I'm just going to sing a line or two from my favorite song because I don't have it here. Precious memories How they linger, how they ever flood my soul. You almost messed that one up. In the stillness of the midnight, precious secrets seems to unfold in sad hours. I get lonely. Truth of Jesus, love is told. Jesus whispers, I'll be with you. Sacred secrets seems to unfold. Precious memories, how they linger, how they ever flood my soul. In the stillness of the midnight, precious memories, precious memories. I had to sing that in honor of my sister who's been today for years, and I have precious memories of her. So let's get back to the show. I want to show this very last one before I get to Ceddy Nash. It's a must that we see this. Give me a moment. I want to take that down. I don't want to share that. There you go. Okay, here we go.
At 6, phones and more smuggled into the Fulton County Jail tonight. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office confirms it has an ongoing corruption investigation, and 4 security officers who work for a contract company arrested. Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie is live at the jail where he's been poring over the warrants against these 4. Mark, you found some allegations that seem shocking.
Yeah, a Fulton County Sheriff's Office official says this investigation started in May and more arrests are expected. But for now, 4 young women are residents of the jail where they worked until yesterday.
They work for strategic security. I can confirm that they have all been terminated.
The Fulton County Sheriff's Office says it turns out 4 security officers working for a contractor at the county jail were security problems. Records suggest Briasha Tate admitted using a book to hide phones.
Allegedly confessed to smuggling in cell phones in a cutout inside a book.
Yes.
Now one might say that Fulton County Sheriff's Office is throwing the book at her. After a corruption investigation, we counted 10 criminal warrants naming her Records indicate after she reported to work Tuesday, she was transported to the Jail Investigations Unit's office, and that Ms. Tate stated she had sexual intercourse with an inmate inside of the bathroom in the tower on floor 7 South on 3 separate occasions. That Ms. Tate stated she brought a total of 6 cell phones inside of the jail and gave them to the inmate. That Ms. Tate stated she cut portions of the pages of the inside of a book and concealed the phones inside of the hole in the book. That Ms. Tate stated she brought strips, paper laced with chemicals used for smoking, inside of the jail on 2 separate occasions. That Ms. Tate stated she received payments from the inmate via Cash App for the contraband items she brought in and gave to him, and that her Cash App payment summary from the inmate showed a total of $1,682.
We can't screen for integrity.
Natalie Ammons of the Sheriff's Office has terminated Security Officer Regina Harris, faces 3 warrants related to a contraband cell phone provided to an inmate. Ms. Ammons says terminated Security Officer Lacuna Ballard is accused of sending explicit photos and videos to an inmate, plus a couple of conspiracy charges involving conversations about how to bring cigarettes and cell phones into the jail. And Ms. Ammons says terminated Security Officer Anisia Silas faces a conspiracy charge unauthorized food, namely a chicken pot pie. Now, Ms. Ammons says all 4 suspects were given bond, but as of late this afternoon had not made bond yet. We tried without success to find lawyers.
New at 6.
Now there's your Rico conspiracy right there. Why they don't bring a Rico on all them jail workers that's actually doing some Rico? And all of them were given bond. And here this man been acquitted of all charges of what he was charged of by a jury of 12. And he can't make bond because they're trying to find a way to keep him and send him to prison for 6 years. So now I'm going to let Ceddy Nash tell y'all about this because he tells the story awfully well. Thank you, Esator.
Farley video on the rest of the YSL defendants, but trust me, this is very good. Deamonte Kendrick does not have a warrant. You can go search Odyssey right now and look it up. Deamonte Kendrick does not have a warrant. But we thought so because of this right here.
Hi, can you hear me, Your Honor?
Okay, yeah, it didn't work again. It's not on your end, it's something happening here, because everyone who is not in court can hear what you're saying. I'll ask Mr. Rao about criminal history, but if the tech folks show up in time to fix it, that would be great. I'll look in what's in the chat. Oh, okay. Thank you, Officer Evans. Mr. Kendrick has a warrant from DCS, so that complicates things as well. But let me hear your presentation and then I'll get the warrant out to everyone.
Yes, Judge. The defendant stands before.
Well, Mr. Evans, who gave you that? I want to know who gave you that paper, bruh? Who gave you that paper? Because nobody knew in that courtroom. That's why I told y'all. Any freaking lawyer worth their salt knows how to search up a warrant before you go before the magistrate for a bond. It's what you do. So, FANI Willis, which one of your goons did this? Because it was denied by 2 previous judges to sign off on the warrant, which means your office is running rampant. Word of the day. Your office, you know what? Go take the gloves off real quick. This is dirty on so many levels. Y'all managed to keep that man away from his family because the charges didn't stick, so he's guilty. So y'all got an innocent man in jail right now. When you found out guilty, that means you're innocent. You beat the charges, so you have an innocent man there. Not only that, with the state saying basically the Fed charge and the state charge basically are 2 different things. No, they're not. The Fed superseded, which means the Fed came up and said, hey, we're going to take this out of your hands like the Feds do from the state all the time. What happened is basically they made that stuff up today. That warrant was issued today, this morning. This wasn't no warrant that was sitting out past the weekend and past the other days and other months. This happened today. This is dirty. Somebody needs to get either suspended, disbarred, or both. But it all falls under FANI Willis because they're not doing that without being told from the boss. We don't punish the teachers mostly. We punish the principals. So who did this shit? I'ma speculate and say Abate did it because Abate was in that courtroom and left out quick as hell. So with that being said, nah, homie, nah. We need to find out exactly what we need to find out. Officer, who gave you that paper to give to the judge to say that there was a warrant? Because he didn't search it up on no damn computer. That judge was handed a piece of paper saying that Deamonte Kendrick was basically not supposed to go. So now what's going to happen? We don't know. I don't know what Kayla's doing. I'm not going to speculate or anything like that. But this is far from over. And I ain't going to hold you. If I'm them, I'm going as high as I can to see what the hell needs to happen. Because part of the story that was shown today was, hey, Deamonte Kendrick basically went into that cell of the other dude and tried to get his stuff back. try to figure out how to get all the stuff back. See, they didn't put the part in there as far as the state goes. Say, oh well, he did. It was accused or alleged that man stole his stuff. That's why he was up in there and all that shit and everything like that. Nope, that wasn't presented like that at all. So now we're dealing with theft. So you telling me if I don't have that much, I'm not allowed to go get my stuff? But it's even worse on the state and on the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, because if I'm them, I'm praying to God that Deamonte Kendrick is not that pissed off at us, because if he's pissed off enough, whoever the guy is that they're happening to can directly sue Sheriff LeBack, the whole entire department, and he can sue the DA's office, because basically y'all put that person in position to be harmed and you had no supervision. That man stayed in that cell for over 13 hours. What would have happened if he would have died in there? And the reason why I say he better hope that the state better hope that Deamonte Kendrick ain't that pissed off, because if I'm the other guy, I'm going to probably try to, hey, I'm about to sue him for millions of dollars, because that shouldn't have been able to happen. And who better than the person that did it? What if Deamonte Kendrick got on that stand and basically laid it out? Well, listen, those doors don't work. I was able to pop it open. This person right here gave me his cell phone. We got this extension cord from right here directly in this spot right here, which is seen by everybody, and it was open and exposed. That's another danger. Danger, danger, danger. That's more danger right there. Unsafe. And then it gets worse. And it's crazy because the day before it dropped, I was just telling somebody who's been to Knife Street, man, they need to file a class action lawsuit. I don't know what lawyer got the balls to pull it off, but this needs to be a class action lawsuit immediately. So with that being said, yeah, Deamonte Kendrick does not have a warrant. So they're basically detaining him illegally based upon the bull that was given to the judge. The judge is just an officer of the court, the referee. That's like basically the judge got handed this right here and said, hey, yeah, so this player's playing and this player's not, and here are the new rules of the game. We need you to enforce them. So it's not the judge's fault. It looked like the judge is basically ready to say, you know what, here you go, ahead, get your bond, we'll figure this out later on, because they gonna drop the damn charges. The state ain't gonna go through with this, because what judge is gonna sit up here and say, all right, cool, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and accept all of this, because basically that's time served. You've been in there 2 damn years. So what y'all gonna hold him for? Oh, I know what they want him for. Probation. This is all about probation. This ain't nothing about no justice. This ain't nothing about anything. This is about them being pissed off. FANI Willis in particular being angry that she lost at her own game. Please note and know when I say this. Rico is FANI Willis's game. She has been the one who has produced Rico more than anybody previous. There were 7 Ricos in Georgia history. 3 of them with FANI T. Willis' name on it. 3 of them. That's almost half. So with that being said, bro, we're going to sit here, we're going to wait. But this is bad. This is bad. And if I'm Caleb Bumpus, unfortunately, she's not going to be able to go in there and go the F off. And she can't go in there and push conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But she damn sure can nudge and essentially come out and literally say, Judge, we are curious as to who signed off on this warrant because there is no name on it. Remember, how it goes is you will see something like respectfully submitted the whatever day of this month by this person, Adam Abate. And then on the bottom, you will see FANI T. Willis' name. We don't have that. We don't have a judge signing off on that. This is bad. Real bad. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts on this. Do y'all think this is just a technical error by the court and that officer got it wrong? Or did the damn state push some BS all over again because no judge signed off on that previously? There was 2 judges, not 1, 2 of them. But hey, y'all know what they say, all is fair in love and war. But I thought when it comes to court and the system, we had that. But maybe not. As I told y'all before in a previous video, because y'all don't know, I be reading Shakespeare a lot. There's a sign, there's a saying that says inter arma einem silet legis, which means in times of war, the law falls silent. Go read up on Caesar if you want to. But Xbox time if y'all want one. Or a PlayStation. Well, not so fast. So we have the bond hearing and all of this stuff, and nobody's seen this today. So yeah, but we're having a status hearing right now. Well, tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Y'all believe it or not, this is beautiful because I don't even know where this video is. I can't find it. But I had 2 videos, and one was about him being denied. So I don't know if it's that. We'll see.
know somebody is literally going to be in the drawing. Robin Minter, check him out, man. All we do is go down and we look, we see his subscriptions. Who does he have? There's Ceddy Nash right here. What also happens, take that off. Top commenter. That right here, public subscriber. So that's what you got to do, and make sure you share each video, and then you'll be entered to win. Shout out to Mike. Good luck. Subscribe, turn that bell, stay notified, and share to keep your people aware. I'll catch you on the next one. One more thing before I get up out of here. So we got a toy drive that's happening and giveaway. So toys, bounce house, arts and crafts, pictures with Santa, hats, scarves, and gloves giveaway December 21st. That is this Saturday from noon to 5. I want y'all to do this. Y'all hit up my guy, Melvin Bell. You feel me? Y'all hit him up, and he gonna take care of y'all. So, other than that, that's all we got going. And yeah, y'all come kick it, man. If you want to donate, we are giving money away to the actual families affected by the last hurricane. And yeah, it's just gonna be a good time. Come out there and come rock with us. If you would like to donate money to the people, $ Ceddy Nash. If you're questioning whether I give the money away, please keep your money. I do not want you to give any donation to this cause with hesitation, so please keep your money. I don't want it. If you are questioning whether I would take somebody's money on Christmas, I really, 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 really despise that notion. But you are welcome to feel how you want to feel. So keep that. I don't want it. I don't want it at all. But yeah, man, come out there, come hang out with us. I take all pictures. I converse with everybody. I'm actually pretty all right. And please, please, please stop thinking I'm short as hell, bro. I'm 6'3". I am not no little short dude. So wear your heels if you're a short guy.
I finally found the video. I hope some of you people are still looking that's in the bushes. YouTube has afforded us the opportunity to give gifts, and actually they allow us to give gifts without charging us. At one while we were paying, but you guys are the lucky ones. Perhaps you see something during the time that you are a member to the channel, and you'll keep coming back and maybe decide to become a member. It really helps the channel, and it certainly helps me as the creator of a channel. And one of the things that I give as one of my perks, I have a plethora of massages from Massage Envy. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that place. Check it out. Look it up. But I pay $75 a month for a massage. But lately, I have not been able to get out. I haven't felt like getting out. With congestive heart failure, you have shortness of breath. And I don't use oxygen because I smoke cool filter kings. So I was born with a 3rd-degree heart block. And I didn't find that out until after I gave birth to my son. So I consider myself a miracle. Some people consider me crazy because I smoke. But, you have your thing and I have mine. And we are going to end at one point or another this life. But I live the best one I can in this arena. And I don't fear man. I fear craziness. But I don't fear man, and their ill speaking of me and what they think of me is really none of my business. I just live my life to the best of my ability. And again, I came to YouTube to help uplift fallen humanity, not to put anybody down or to hurt anybody's feelings. But if your feelings are hurt because I am Toothless Tiger, then you're going to be hurt for a while. Because our change is not in that manner. I do everything I can to be a better me every day. But to be a better me for you, whoever you may be, that ain't me. So I needed to say all of that right quick because I got lost. I tell y'all, me and this technology, we really having a hard time, but I do what I do. And I do the best that I can do. Now we're going to go and do my last video that I have for tonight. And this is Ceddy Nash, where he lets us know that Yak was denied bond. And it is very sad for Yak and his mom and the family that was looking so forward after he actually was acquitted of all charges. Everything's gone, not guilty. And to still be locked up on some foolishness. And I hope y'all heard what was being said. I like to think, too, looking at the names of a lot of these people, they're men. I want to thank you. I don't know if you're a man or a male. Let's just do it like that. But I know that you're opposite of me from the names. And I just think that we need to learn more, speak more. I hope y'all, if y'all didn't look at the whole video, go back and catch the part about the Constitution. It's very important. It's things we need to know. And you cannot win a war if you don't have the proper equipment to fight the fight. And said he reads a lot of Shakespeare, and that's a very good author to read. I read a lot of strategists, and Shakespeare was very good, but I read like Sun Tzu, The Art of War. And then now they have the art of war in every type of subject. In lawyering, in business, they have the art of being the best. And they give strategies. You just got to kind of keep your mind open. I used to be very tunnel vision. But you got to know that it ain't your fault. The conditions in which we live, you probably could make better decisions. You probably could do better if you were given an opportunity. But 100% is not your fault. You do bear the responsibility of holding yourself accountable, being self-disciplined, making the right decision. And the right decision for you don't necessarily mean it's the right decision for somebody else. You just make the one that you don't harm nobody and you don't let nobody harm you. Whatever it takes for that to happen in your life, that's what you need to do as a human being. And that's a suggestion. It's not a command or a demand. It's just a suggestion. I look at the people on this app, especially the young men that attacked me for no reason at all. And then they attack me for somebody else. That's even worse. And then the women. We already have enmity against us, men and women. Why? Why do we have this situation? Because somebody else is making decisions for us. We don't even think for ourselves. And we all want to be a part of the in crowd. I'm not the in crowd. I am the crowd. So I don't have to worry about these people. And I don't go along with just to get along. I don't do that. That ain't me. I'm a Scorpio. And my nature is real. I'm human. And I love people. I don't like a lot of people, but I love people. And I do what I can to help uplift fallen humanity. I was listening to a friend of mine, and she was doing her thing, talking about young Dolph. Hey, Kelly G. And it was so beautiful to me because she started talking like we used to do when we were children. And y'all don't understand what I'm saying, but let me tell you something. Oh, I got something to say this evening. Ain't that right? If y'all would just listen to me, it may not be for you, but maybe somebody you know. You know somebody that's going through something. I know you do. If it ain't you, just look at your neighbor and see what they going through. And see if you can help somebody. You might want to help somebody. And maybe you selfish, like these idiots, these sadomasochistic, sexual, deviant, delusional people that call themselves men that attack women. These women who attack women for men they never met. They go in a Discord. You don't hear me though. I say they go in a Discord and then they share naked nude pictures. Oh, somebody, I'm on the moon's bench. Oh, help me. I don't know. I'm trying to tell y'all. Help me, somebody. I'm just trying to tell my people, but they won't listen. But it's all right. I say it's all right. And when you hear them drums are drumming, just hope they're not coming for you. 'Cause it happens to us all. Y'all better know what I'm talking about today. It's me right now. But I tell you, if you just keep on supporting them, it's going to be you and you and you. And if you think I'm lying, oh, Lord, if you think I'm lying, keep listening, keep supporting, keep doing what you do, hurting people you don't even know, putting out that business. You're putting out that business. Oh, I gotta tell somebody. Touch your neighbor and say, neighbor, this shit gonna stop. One day when it's all over, and you ain't gonna be over or able to get up here and pronounce death on somebody's life, because you gonna be gone. Oh, it happened to the people. I seen it happen. What you think about it? Somebody got something to say and want to tell you what to do. I said, check yourself. Don't check me. If you need to look at something, look in the mirror. Don't watch me. Oh, look at ESPN or Kill Arena. Do something to help yourself. But don't worry about me, 'cause I'm all right. I come on this thing every week. Every week that I can, I come and I give it all. I do it for me. I do it for you. If you don't want it, it's okay. I'm gonna be all right. I talk to myself and ask myself a question. I say, self, what you talking about? And if you know what I know, I hurry up. Help me, somebody. I hurry up and answer myself. Yes, I do. I do. Hey, Keisha E. Yeah, preacher gotta preach a little bit sometime. It's all in my bones. I think that was Jeremiah, or was it Joshua? It was one of them, but it was like fire. Get up in them bones. Sometimes we just gotta let people know you're not by yourself, no matter what you're going through. I heard people turn people down in one chat, and then they on their platform talking about check out mental health. What the hell is mental health? Somebody help me. I know trauma, because we all been there. But tell me, can you tell me, somebody, what's mental health? It sounds good And we always taking on somebody else's definition for who we are supposed to be. Nobody. They had a song, it was way back yonder. And they said, hush, Lordy, hush. Lordy, somebody's calling my name. Hush, Lordy, hush. Lordy, somebody's calling my name. Now you ought to ask yourself, who calling your name? And what they say about it when they call it. My mama taught me, you let everything they say about you be a lie. So these people don't know me. If you hear something about me, it's okay. You can ask. I speak very well for myself. I promise I do. I don't have no problem speaking for me. I ain't no gambler. All right. I don't gamble. But if I did, trust me, every time I gamble, I bet on me. Keisha, God's got a blessing. God's got a blessing. God's got a blessing. Put your name on it. Put your name on it. Hey, put your name on it. So people on this app are hurting. Not all, but most. They don't have direction. They don't have nobody to talk to. So they get on this keyboard and they become whomever they choose to be. And that's all right. Shit, you see, I'm up here preaching. So you can be whomever you choose to be. But just know, you can't defeat me with me. Anything you say about me is based on something I've said in the ethers. Anything you look up about me is something that's public record. Anything you go search and look up for my family members, they don't do the internet and they don't play like me. And now that I know how to do defamation, I paid for that knowledge. And I tell you, I got it. Keep playing. I'll keep showing you how to play. 1 minute y'all said it was fake. The next minute y'all said I was a liar. Oh, now y'all dancing because I didn't get that $11 million. And you got a grown 52-year-old man on here saying that he would piss on a 4 and an 8-year-old. And nobody, but all these good Christians, and all these blessed women, and all these made to God be the glory. And to all of these people, they laugh and give donations because they think that's, I say they suffer from the same thing that person does. And perhaps what I suffer from. I don't do those things, but I was definitely molested. I think a lot of these people have been molested and they didn't get help. I sought help. I really did. I went to counseling. I went to a program they have for people that have been molested. It's kind of like a AA or NA, but it's for people that have been sexually abused. It's help available if you want help. And there's so much help available that's free of charge. Just like those gifts I just gave for membership. YouTube made it possible for me to do that for free. The first time I gave away 5 gift memberships, I paid for them. And I was laughed at for supporting a deviant, delusional, sadomasochistic convict gang leader. I was laughed at, talked about, because I used my credit cards to donate to his cause. And all that nigga gave me was $5. And everybody think it's funny until it's them. And then it ain't so funny. Because them same ones that was laughing and talking about old Toothless, oh, he gonna stick his little phallus down a 3-year-old's throat. Oh, he gonna excrete his fluids on an underage schoolgirl chest. Oh, that's all. It wasn't funny when he was saying that kind of shit. But they all fall down and get right back up together. And they all get angry. And that's the talk, because he's doing today what he did when he stepped up and stood for me. Or they talked about on Suge something terrible, because he's now a millionaire. He took this YouTube thing and had an opportunity to work for one of the greatest sports figures there is. Then they attacked his woman because he has a woman who's as talented and gifted as he is. It's sad what we do, people. And then we want to talk about the white man and all these nations and all these. No, what you doing to you? What you doing to your community? What you doing to your people? You a shock jock. Now you a damn shock. You ain't no jock. In no stretch of the imagination. It's sad. I better. Yeah, I better. Who dares? Just you? Y'all, we have an opportunity from now to February to make $1,000 a month. A lot of us have never done vertical and don't even know how to do it. But we have an opportunity to do that. So y'all gonna see old Toofy trying to go vertical. I lie not to get a dime. But you know what? They say if you do what you love, the money will come. And if you do what you love that you would do for free, shit, if you don't get a dime, you ain't lost nothing. And I love this shit here. And I love me some me. I really do. And I thank each and every one of my subscribers that subscribe with me for a day, for a month, or for 3 years. I did something this year. Last year, I only had like 61 new subscribers in an entire 365 days. This year, I got over 405. And I'm happy for anybody that grow overnight. I've seen that happen too. The 5th attorney came on a Tuesday, and by Thursday, she was applying for her monetization. So it can happen. You got people like Flesh of the Gods, Cat Not Williams, with platforms. They may not have millions, but they have thousands. They don't mind shouting you out. And not only shouting you out, coming and supporting you, giving you memberships. Donate. That's what I thought this YouTube thing was about. Us helping each other build something. We keep talking about the chances and the opportunities we won't get. No, we won't take those opportunities and those chances. We won't do it. We so damn busy talking about your mama, talking about your babies that they don't even know, saying some of the most unscrupulous things that's imaginable, let alone that you would actually let another human being hear you say these things. And then you got men who say they're men, who say they're grown, and they have daughters get on there and laugh and promote that same stuff. I've never been so disrespected in my life, and I've been not liked by many, but never the disrespect. Who dares? But you people out here in this universe they call metaverse, and all you doing is medicating. It's sad. Thank you, Keisha. I must keep on working. And my cousin told me this was a job. I just wanted to tell my story. I just want to share me and my journey. What I found out, who we were before we were slaves. What I found out that it's so much we haven't learned. We didn't even know to ask the questions. You talking about economics. You can say anything you want to after the fact, but most of us don't have an idea about plain and simple bookkeeping, checks and balances, credits and debits. We don't even know the definition. Most of us. And when I say most of us, I'm talking about the masses of the people. Because one thing J.D. Rockefeller said in his Board of Education philosophy is we don't want no thinkers. No, we want some doers. And I read from the book, The Miseducation of the Negro. It told us, it was purposely, took us out of the environment that we did know to give us an environment that we didn't. And we still mastered that environment. Came up with an idea to make a machine to do what we were doing all day, to do in an hour, and then they took the intellectual properties and said we can't even say we made it up. And everybody running around here talking about P. Diddy and Jay-Z. And when you got Uncle Bobo sitting right there at home touching on them girls or them boys. But you up here talking about P. Diddy and Jay-Z. Get a life. Hugh Hefner did it for years. And he was a consummate playboy. So much so he had bunnies. Remember? The key to the Playboy Club. Didn't even know what Playboy stood for. I just knew it was prestigious. And at that time, I made good money and had good credit. But there come a time in life, and that's why my daddy taught us to do things while you're yet able, because the time is going to come when you ain't going to be able. It could be your money, it could be your health, it could be both. But the time is going to come when you're not going to be able. What's happening to these young men is atrocious, and the world ought to be upset. But now these people want to do is talk about folks and talk about how bad and how stupid they are. Hey, beautiful one. Thank you for the thumbs up. Yeah, but you know, like I said, all right. When you get up one them get in the morning and you look around and ain't nobody there, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Call on him. Call on him. Whoever he is to you. Whatever it is to you. You do it for yourself. Quit waiting on somebody else. Quit being a fool for a fool. Quit being so nice. If you look up the etymology of the word nice, you're a fool. You're stupid. I didn't say it. That's what the word was created for. We need to wake up. We keep fighting male against female. The fight is not ours, y'all. It's a system in place that make us dislike each other. We need to quit placing blame and get to the root issue of our issues. We need to have a conversation. Most of us can't have no conversations without emotions, because I know I can't. We start disagreeing, I'm going to start hollering. That ain't right, but that's what I've done the majority of my life. And I thought I was a hell of a communicator. Well, I can pronounce words. I even know the definition of some. Can even spell a few. But to be able to articulate and to listen, not to listen so I can respond, but to listen so that I can hear what the person is telling me. That's a skill. You got to practice that. You really do. I promise you. Keisha said they are doing the thing with the 14th Amendment. The beautiful thing about what they're doing with the 14th Amendment, most of us don't even understand the 14th Amendment. And it was created for the Asiatic individual because we were taught, and we're still to this day, can never be a U.S. citizen. We are the only group of people in the land that they can't deport. Where we gonna go? This is our home. Where we gonna go? This is our land. It's in, the Cherokee, that's what they say we are. They used to be Yananguia. They give us a new name, and we answer to it. We need to start researching and understand the difference between naturalization and nationalization. What they're talking about is getting rid of the naturalization, meaning that if you're born, your parent is from somewhere else and you're born here, you're automatically a citizen. That's what they're talking about. But we need to really start listening to what they're talking about, because we are the nationals, but we don't even know it, because we don't know we have a nationality. Everybody want to be something, but don't want to be who they are. That's why I came to YouTube. Everybody think it's him. He gonna do this and he gonna do. It's them. He don't run nothing. The president of the company is just that, the president. But the board runs it all. I don't know if y'all are old enough, or if y'all know, or if you're in your town, they used to have these stores where it was a men's warehouse, and that man, he used to give like one suit for $2. You buy one and you get 2. Beautiful business. Went all over the United States and I'm sure abroad. That was his idea. That was his baby. That was his business. But his board voted him out of his own shit. That's how it works. No one person carries the power. But we got a very few people ruling over billions of people. And we all keep talking about race. When we gonna understand that they shooting them down just like us? They just not putting it out there in the media. They snatching grandmamas out the cars, looking just like Beaver to Beaver. And maybe some of y'all can't relate to that because I'm 66 and most of y'all are 30 and 40. And then you got some of these 50-year-olds who lost their minds. Those are the ones who really been afflicted, really been abused. And then you got these other little old trolleys following in behind them, calling their name like they calling a woman. Don't you say nothing about him. You better not speak his name. If you say his name, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. You and him. That's what I say. I know how to be always. I grew up in the hood just like everybody else. I am a victim of the project. The projects. Moneyhand Court, Oak Cliff, Texas. Yeah, I understand. See, I came off of Jim Crow. A lot of you civil rights babies don't even know the Constitution. And then we got so many conscious people out here till they done fell asleep. How do the conscious become unconscious? Overload. Stop it. It's not necessary. It's enough sky out here for everybody's star to shine. If you want to work together, work together. If you don't, don't. But why keep on trying to stop people from being all that they can be? Because you can't do it. And it is painful to hear a grown man say he'll piss on some children, to make fun of genocides of one people and then make fun of the people who did the genociding. That's really horrific. And then you got dumb people falling in behind them just because one man was willing to get out here and stand for something. And then y'all talking about he in black people business. There is no black, honey. You got to go buy you a box of crayons to get black. Black is a legal status in law, and it means you're civilly dead. The way they plan in these courtrooms, some of y'all done been to the penitentiary, and you know how it go. And some of y'all running this YouTube like you still in the pen. And these little old stupid people are running in behind you like you the quarter boss. And you were the one that was bending it over. Well, please say, bust it open for me. That was you. And these little old boys running around here talking about, he the man. He got his own stuff. See here, look at his award. What you talking about? He got you doing his bid. You such a damn fool, you don't even know it. You think you really doing something. And think people gonna play with you. Tricks are for kids, silly rabbit. People on this thing making money. You fools on here striking people out. The weirdest and the dumbest shit I ever heard. And cussing is my second language, by the way, for any newcomer. I just don't do it as much. But YouTube allow us half of a video to say whatever we want to say about whomever we want to say. Unless we saying something to uplift somebody. Then some fool gonna say that you talking hate speech because you said this about them. And then you got to go through a period of time where you doing a tug of war. I've been through all that shit. My son told me, Mama, I don't think you ready for this because these people are cruel. They do this. I said, oh, no, son, they ain't going to do that to me because I'm not even talking about the stuff they talking about. You got it, Keisha. Men's Warehouse. That man right there got put out of his own damn business. He did. Y'all need to understand what the president of a corporation really is. And this is a corporation. The Constitution is the articles that run this thing. The articles. The amendments are the bylaws. Y'all need to understand. Time is too far spent. And it's going to get bad for all of us. It ain't got nothing to do with no Donald Trump. We need to understand what the commander-in-chief means, because that's his title. Commander-in-chief. What do that tell you? What we talking about? We're talking about war. What is it good for? absolutely nothing. That's what we're talking about. Most of us don't have a clue about what's going on in this life. Most of us don't have a clue. And we think we're so intelligent. You know, I graduated cum laude. You know, I was so much proud. I was magna. You know, I'm a this, I'm a that. You a fool just like everybody else. Because we're all being played. And we have the power as people. We had a power. It's strength in numbers. If you read the Psalm book as much as you say, all you got to do is go over there to Ecclesiastes, and it'll tell you about the chord. 2 is better than 1, but 3 is a braid. We need to start thinking. It doesn't matter what you believe and where you go and who you claim and who you don't claim. None of that matters. What matters is how you treat people and how you allow people to treat you. That's where my auntie Karma comes back in. Like I told y'all, when everybody was pronouncing me dead before 2025, and we still got 2 weeks to go. But like I told y'all, some of y'all ain't gonna even make it to my age. And I'll be damned if some of y'all ain't died off. Everybody hollering rest in peace. I don't use that language because I don't know what RIP means. I really don't. I don't know what no RIH. I don't know if you're talking about heaven or hell. I don't know what you're talking about. I believe in living life to the fullest while you're alive. Because after death, my daddy taught me ain't no need of calling a doctor. It's over. For this life. You do the best you can while you're here. You treat people how you want to be treated. And if you can't do that, then leave people alone. That's what you ought to do. But I just thought I'd do a little me tonight, after I did them, because I really care about these young men. I care about young men everywhere, to be honest. Even those that commit the horrendous crimes and things like that, because I know something horrible happened to that child. Maybe daddy did it, maybe mama, I don't know who did it, but somebody that child know did it. Somebody that child trusted. Or they neglected to do what needed to be done. And the child had to fend for itself. And so the child speak as a child and act as a child. Because a child don't know nothing but a child. It's called a teaching phase. If you're in the membership, go check out my book, especially you young men. I told y'all I'm going to start back reading, and I did my first reading last night. They had a special. YouTube is really trying to help us make our businesses successful. We keep hurting each other talking about what the white man is doing to us, what the other people doing to us. No, nigga, it's what you doing to us. It's what you doing to us. Whoever you are that don't want to come together and do something right. And that don't mean you got to work with me. You don't even have to look at me, listen to me, tolerate me. You don't have to do none of that. Just don't hamper me. Don't try to destroy me. You don't even know me. And I'm talking me meaning anybody. I'm not talking about me, sure, you bit toothless tiger. Because I got me. That little old shit, it was terrible. But I got me. Like I said from the beginning, I am who I say I am. I don't pretend to be nobody or nothing. I am who I say I am. I am integral. I am honest. I am valuable. I have character. I have defects of character. I can tell a damn good lie if I choose to. But I live in truth, the best of my ability. Now, I'm not perfect, and I ain't much, but I'm all I got. And that's enough. Believe me. You see, I realize that happiness is based on happenings. But there's a joy that you can find no matter what's happening, and no matter how sad you are, no matter how bad you feel, you can still get through the day. There are times when you don't even know it exists in this life, but you ain't ready to go nowhere. So you learn how to cope or how to deal. My suggestion to anybody, because sometimes you can't tell your neighbor, get you a pen and paper and tell yourself. If you can't hear you say the truth, see you write it and read it, and then turn it, tear it up, burn it up, or keep it and grow from it. But don't do it for nobody to look at or to read. Don't do it for nobody else, for no guilt trip. Do it for yourself. You owe it to yourself. There's a song I love, and the man says, I owe it to myself to get on up and to have myself a real good time. I owe it to myself to get on up and have myself a real time. I owe it to myself. And so you owe it to yourself. You don't owe it to nobody else. But I guarantee you, if you're good to you, if you're true to you, if you love you, you'll love and be good to and be true to everybody you meet. And they might not like that you. Because some people, that's what they don't like about you, is you being you. But I changed the scripture. And this is from the book of Cheryl. We all fall short of other people's expectations, sometimes even our own. Don't go trying to be what Bobo wants you to be. Because as soon as you turn into that person, I guarantee you, Bobo done moved on to another kind. If it's nowhere but in the mind. And Bobo can be Betty Boo. It can be anybody. You see, I'm not sexist. We spend all our lives fussing about things that matters not. And we have chemical warfare going against us, biological warfare going against us, actual warfare going against us. We need to really wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I think Marvin said that. He said discernment and common sense cannot be taught in a book. No, it cannot. I don't know if you was here one day when I was telling people, I believe it comes from the love of a father, the discernment, the mother, the common sense, the father. And you then develop your own sense of being. And then it has to come from inside out. And they thought I was really being something. I don't know what that person thought. I'm like, man, where they get that from? They didn't really understand nothing I said. But fathers are so very necessary, as is a mother. And the mothers are the givers of life. A nation can only rise as high as it views its women. And we don't view ourselves as much. So how can we expect for our sons to view us as much? But it's a system in place that keeps us divided. And we keep playing into the system. Instead of saying, oh no, this ain't right, I'm gonna do something different. It's your choice. You choose. Nobody can do it for you. It's the you factor. And only you can do it. I thank y'all for attending service. But before we get out of here, we got this last video. It's only 16 minutes. So anybody that would love to stay, I would love to have you. But I would like for y'all to see where Kendrick, Deamonte Kendrick, was denied bond yet again. They playing dirty games. And they will continue to play dirty games if the people stay asleep. If the sheeple want to keep on fighting amongst themselves, that's what they allow us to do. They don't have to destroy us, even though they're doing it every day. All of this is my humble opinion. You don't have to take it as the gospel. And if you do, it's just the gospel of sure. And I'm in my own book. I wish I'd go back and see the part about L.A. Pink, the dynamic woman that fight for people every day in Atlanta. She and her husband are jewels. I wish people would support them. I wish I would go back up and look. I put the Cash App down for Deamonte because they're going to need an attorney that's a heavy hitter attorney. Kayla Bumpus is not going to be able to do it. She might be cute and she might be nice and she might be sweet and she might be an internet and Instagram and YouTube sensation. But she don't know how to maneuver through that criminal injustice system. She does not. I don't know what it takes to be an attorney to represent someone for a bond. I don't know. I'm not against anybody. I'm for justice, love, truth, peace, and freedom. That's really what I'm for. Whoever display those principles, they have my heart. Sometimes to my detriment. Because sometimes they come as wolves in sheep's clothing. But I allow people to be who they say they are until they show me different. Some people I can see right off the bat. Some it take a little longer. You know, people play these games, word games, just like attorneys. You know, they go to seminars every year. It's like a continuing education class to learn semantics, to learn to play on. We really need to start understanding words because they're very important. Very important. We need to learn to speak life to our babies. Speak life to yourself. We spend all our time teaching death. What about life? Teach them how to live. There is so much that you can learn today on the internet. We are truly in the information age. And this AI, even though it's putting a lot of humans out of work, but it's giving you summaries. It breaks it down for you to the least common denominator. You cannot go wrong. But you have to vet everything. We got a Library of Congress with a lot of our history in it that we won't even go and become a member, and you don't even have to leave home. You never have to set a foot in D.C. to be a member of the Library of Congress. You can do it over the internet. They know everything you're doing anyway. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. But knowledge is power. And everybody don't abuse power. It's not all of nothing. You can put most people do, but there are a few, the proud, the honest, the integral, that don't. And that's in any system, in any walk of life. That's the truth. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't name the truth. I'm just not afraid to tell it. And my daddy taught us ain't nothing wrong with right. Just people don't want to do it. My daddy taught us some great things. It has gotten me 66 years. Now I've had a beautiful, beautiful life with some great jobs. Helped a lot of people in my leisure and in my work. Because that's what I do. I was created for this. And I don't have no problem being me. Teacher said there is a big difference between book smart and street smart. Life requires a balance of both. Discernment. That's so very true. I take that back. I know people who have not completed school past the 8th grade and are very successful. And there's a difference in smart and successful. So no, keep it the way you said it, because you said it right. You can be very successful and you ain't never got to go to a school. Because everybody, we all were created equal. That's true. And everything we need, our Creator gave it to us at birth. It's how it's nurtured. And how we're taught. Some people really don't just give their children fish. Some people really teach their children how to fish. There was a time when almost every man in the Asiatic community could do something with his hands. Plumbing, painting, mechanicking, electrician, concrete, cutting the yard, grooming it, co-fearing the yard just like a beautician does a woman's hair to her. Barber, patience, teach, mathematics. So many of our male children are almost mathematicians. A lot of reasons why there is a problem with our children in school system that we have go back to the philosophy of Frederick T. Gates and J.D. Rockefeller. They say they don't want none of that coming out of our community. They're not going to have it. So what do? We get afraid of the children. So we're so afraid that we don't teach them. And a lot of the parents are afraid to let people know that they didn't learn. For whatever reason. So they're ashamed. We live most of our lives in shame and in guilt. Those two places are not destinations. They're just emotions. And they were given to us for a reason. Not to live there, but to prompt us to do something when we find ourselves in that place. Guilt stop doing whatever it is. A lot of guilt and shame is unmerited because it belongs to somebody else. You're taking on somebody else's issue. No, I'm not a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and I don't have a license to practice. I'm a mother. I'm a daughter. I'm a sister. I'm an aunt. I'm a cousin. I'm a friend. I'm a human. I'm not a dog. So I have the capacity to read and to learn and to retain and then to share. Don't let nobody dummy you down and tell you what you can and can't do if it's for the betterment of something. But if you're trying to harm somebody or yourself, then no, you can't do that. You shouldn't even want to do that. But we're all human. And we all fall short of others' expectations, sometimes even our own. So it's okay. Just be honest with yourself. Start today if you haven't started already. Being honest with yourself. Try it. You'll like it. And it's just like Lay's potato chips. No one can eat just one. You can't do it one time. Once you try it, the feeling, the freeness, in a world of laws that are set inside of laws to work against you, you can still find freedom. Because the freedom comes in your thinking, in your brain, in your mind, in your action. A lot of problems we have, we bring on ourselves. And we don't even realize it. Holding grudges, hating people for stuff that shouldn't be. But nobody knows the heart of man but the man in the heart. Nobody knows the wickedness, the thoughts. But now that you guys are members, you all should go and listen to my book, Why a Son Needs a Dad, by Gregory E. Lane. It's a beautiful little book. And I started with that because of what's happening to these young men. Believe it or not, some of these young men had their dad right there in their lives. But of course, you know, their dad had lives. As all of our parents, we make them to be gods, which they are our heroes and our sheroes, but they're only human too. And they came with the baggage of their family. We don't understand that growing up, but as we become grown, now we can relate to and have empathy for what our parents must have gone through. Keisha said, I read that one. Said, Deamonte Kendrick, his life purpose, in my opinion, powerful. When he is free, watch out. I agree with you. His countenance is that way. I agree with you. I truly agree. So it's a beautiful thing, y'all, if we learn from this case. This is the case that is just, if y'all ever want to know a case, if y'all ever read Dred Scott, and if you've never read Dred Scott, I suggest that you read the Dred Scott case. Now, I don't have all the pages like Sabir Bay, but you can just go and look it up and read what you can read. Because all that has to do with that 14th Amendment, that nationalization versus naturalization. Look it up in the Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary. And like I tell y'all all the time, I give away the dictionary for free and silent weapons for quiet wars. Because we're being defeated by silent weapons, unbeknownst to us. And we're blaming each other. No way in the world we should be as separated men and women as we are. You know how we got. And if we don't do it, who will? Yeah. If we don't do it for each other, should we do it for somebody else? I think not. I think not. Again, I'm going to play this last video because it's very interesting to show how they did the way Sam Chillett is really good. So let me show this last video, and then I'll bid everybody a good night. I certainly appreciate you guys for being here with me. Again, consider becoming a member once your free month is up. And while you're here, take advantage if you want. My email scrolls across. Take advantage of the free gift. I can only give away one a month to one person, and it has to be at 30 days from the time that I gave away the one before. But I'm starting in 2025. I think I said this, but let me say this again. I used to pay the $10 transfer fee. The free massage cost me $85. But today I decided, not this day, I just decided new things come, new prices. And so in 2025, you're going to pay the $10 fee if you choose to take the free massage. I pay the $75 for the massage. You pay the $10 transfer fee, whoever you are. That's the way I'm doing it from now on. But it's a great gift. If you have a massage envy in your town, and if you need to be de-stressed, then feel free to send me an email to cyjourn26 at gmail.com. You just need your name and your number, and the number of the place where you want to go, so that I can call that place. Well, I necessarily don't have to call that place. You have to call that place, but I need to be able to tell the place that I transfer from where to transfer to. I need to be able to tell them that.
Being shown, and I think the people would like to know it, wouldn't you? All right, so I broke the news to y'all yesterday about the BS that was going on. So they actually decided to go ahead and say, you know what, man? Let's sign a warrant today. So let's go through it. State of Georgia versus Deamonte Kendrick, ordering, denying bond. This case came before the court for consideration of bond. Having considered the record and relevant bond factors, the court now hereby orders that X bond is denied for the following reasons. Now, obviously, we won't read the 1 and we won't read the 4, so it don't matter about that. But we'll look at number 2. Defendant possesses a significant threat or danger to any person, the community, or to any property in the community. Defendant poses a significant risk of committing a felony pending trial. Defendant has an active probation warrant in criminal action 15 SC 140116, premised on the charges in this case. See attached until that probation warrant is resolved. Bond is not appropriate in this matter, so ordered this 18th day of December. Now, I know when people are hearing that, they're going to sound pretty pissed off, and I get it, because when we go to right here, we're going to look right here. This is the warrant right here. Mind you, I told y'all yesterday, there was no signed warrant for this man. So basically, the probation office knew that a warrant was coming, and that's essentially what let it off. So State of Georgia versus Kendrick Deamonte. To the sheriff of the above-named county or other law enforcement officer of the state, under authority of the Georgia Statewide Probation Act, you are hereby commended to take the body of Deamonte Kendricks or Kendricks Deamonte of the following last known address. Of course, we're going to scribble that out, and safely keep him until he may be returned to this court, there to answer to a charge of violating of the following conditions: violation of criminal law. Probationer is charged with violation of said conditions and willful disregard of a court order, specifically as follows. Now, here's where it gets real tricky. The defendant was arrested on March 17th, 2024 by Fulton County Sheriff's Office for 4 counts of unauthorized possession of a prohibited item by inmate. If the defendant was arrested on June 20th, 2024 by Fulton County Sheriff's Office for aggravated assault, sworn to and subscribed before. I can't really see Kendi, whatever. I don't know who that is. Anyways, McNeely Lethbridge. But I'm going to break a little bit more news because if I don't, you guys won't understand the whole entire picture. All right. Y'all saw me flip past real quick on that right there, that little thing right there. Let me bring that back. Check this out. Now, I'm not calling anybody a stooge or a pawn or to be used by FANI WILLIS, but if you notice right here, Lethbridge, let me get my little handy dandy arrow pointer out. Lethbridge is right here, the judge, right? Okay. Now, if we go down and we look and scroll right here, who we got right here? Lethbridge. So, I mean, you know, coincidences do happen, but I don't mind pointing out a coincidence. Am I alleging something dirty happened? Am I alleging that there's an ex parte meeting that might have happened? I mean, stranger things, right? So that's all I'll leave it to is we'll see how this really pans out. But as it stands right now, that's one hell of a coincidence. Wouldn't you agree? So shout out to one of my assistant attorneys, not even an attorney, but she's pretty good at what she does. This is how the state is trying to qualify using retribution legally. This where it gets a little crazy. So when we look at right here on Just Steal Law, 2023 Code of Georgia Criminal Procedure, Chapter 7, Pretrial Proceedings, Arraignment and Pleas Generally, 17797. So here you go right here. A bench warrant may be issued by a judge for the arrest of a person, 1, accused of a crime by a grand jury, 2, except as otherwise provided in Code Section 17-6-11, charged with the crime who has failed to appear in court after actual notice of the time and place to appear to the person in open court. B, notice of the time and place to appear to the person by mailing a notice to such person's last known address, or the person has otherwise been notified of the time and place to appear personally in writing by a court official or officer of the court, charged with the crime upon the filing by a prosecutor of an accusation supported by affidavit, or failed to dispose of his or her charges, schedule a new date to appear before the court, make an appearance in court, or waive arraignment and plead not guilty after the expiration of the 30-day period set forth in subsection B of Code Section 17-6-11. Every officer is bound to execute a bench warrant within his or her jurisdiction, and every person so arrested shall be committed to jail until bail is tendered. Any judicial officer or the sheriff of the county
where the charge was returned may receive the bail, fixed amount of bail, and approve the sureties unless it is a case that is bailable only before some particular judicial officer. So basically, this last one right here is bound to execute a bench warrant. So basically, they just issued a bench warrant when the hell they wanted to.
So the state basically took their loss, didn't want to take their ball and go home. They pulled a, hey, you know what? Well, since you got us on that, let's go ahead and come here for this. So right here, this is Deamonte Kendrick's Cash App right here. Y'all can send it directly to him to hire a heavy hitter. This is going to require a big heavy hitter. There's a couple of...
And if anybody's interested, you can scroll back up and get the Cash App. I put it in my chat for Deamonte Kendrick. And I also put the donation page for Lil Rod. It's amazing how everybody all looked at these trials and really felt for these guys. And Lil Rod has $865 going on $20,000. And it's been that way for a while. And if everybody just gave $1, not everybody that watched all the videos, but if just 20,000 people decide to give $1, that would be enough money for these young men to be free from this craziness. I don't know.
Attorneys that are on the table, but they cost a bit of money. So if you're in the holiday spirit and you want to help the enemy of this Fulton County, y'all want to help the injustice that's going on right now, if y'all feel so inclined, if y'all feel so effective, this video ain't gonna do no less than like 30 grand. So if all y'all got Cash App, just send $1. If y'all feel like, hey, everybody that's watching ain't got Cash App, just send $5. If y'all feel that you're emotionally connected to this, that it feels like one of your little cousins or one of your little brothers or one of your family members or one of your friends are going through something and you want to sit up here and fight, then send 10. Or do what you want to do. What I will say here today is this. FANI Willis knows what she's doing. She 100% knows what she's doing, and she knows that public opinion is not going to matter for the quote-unquote little fish. That's why she's trying to go after them. Deamonte Kendrick is essentially facing 6 years in the federal penitentiary in the Department of Corrections via Georgia. That's what he's facing. He's facing 6 years. If they do what they want to do with revoking his probation and going through certain protocols and certain channels, it was scheduled that Deamonte Kendrick was supposed to get off of probation in August of 2025, mid-August, like somewhere between the 17th and the 23rd. But what they're trying to do is basically double back and say, you know what? We still got something. Hey, we still got a conviction. If you were FANI Willis, how would you spend this? We have a guy who couldn't contain himself in jail and he decided to do this and to do that. Let me help y'all out. There is a very, very well-known publicized story from, I want to say 12 years ago in the Fort Worth, well, Dallas-Fort Worth area of a truck driver, right, who was driving. And unfortunately, he, boom, hit a truck. And when he hit a truck, that truck had a lady inside of there. A little four-wheeler truck, a little pickup truck, and she died. But he hit the truck, and it wasn't his fault. It was the lady who died fault. She was DUI. She was drinking and driving. The truck driver ended up going to jail and losing his license. Now, not only that happened, the lady who got hit by the truck, who put herself in that position, who was 100% at fault, her family ended up winning $3 million. I know what y'all thinking. Nash, how in the hell is that possible? Well, it turns out that that truck driver, his logs were illegal, meaning he wasn't supposed to be there. So in the eyes of the law, because you weren't supposed to be there, it didn't matter that that individual was drunk. And that's what we're looking at. You're looking at retribution by the state. You're looking at injustice by the state, but it is hidden. When I told y'all yesterday that warrant wasn't signed, we just seen that warrant was signed today. And anybody who doubted me, questioned me, and all of that crap and everything like that, listen, don't ever in your life question me at all. The warrant that was given to Judge Bernie yesterday wasn't even a warrant. It was a damn note. It was a note. The warrant got signed today. So I get it. There's skepticism with a couple of channels. This ain't it. And if we ever on this channel, and people know this well, this is why people support us. If we ever put out bad and false information, we come back and we clean it up. If y'all want to help out, I'm going to put up my own money as well. I'm about to come out of my pot. I'm going to the poorhouse. Golly. Yeah, it's up over here, bro. God, dog. So we doing the Christmas giveaway. That's money in my pocket and helping Deamonte, Kendrick, and his people. Because don't believe that when Ceddy Nash asks y'all to support a cause, that he's not putting up top dollar as well. So there's that. But also added with the fact of this, we can't let this go on, can we? Can't sit here and let these evil, vile people do exactly what they're going to do. They're going to figure out a way to recast and rebrand their image. They're going to say, hey, well, he was beating on people in a jail cell. He was doing this and doing that and everything like that. But never acknowledging the fact that y'all put the stuff there. Y'all put him there. Y'all had shaky evidence from the jump. Remember, Paul Howard didn't even want to pursue this case. I just seen a freaking interview by Lil Woody on Vlad TV that just popped out of nowhere and basically was saying, man, listen, this case was trash from the jump. I don't even like this crap. So it is what it is. But as far as FANI WILLIS go, as far as Abate playing dirty, as far as all these minions jumping out and all this crap, their day of reckoning is coming. And I'm not saying it in a negative way, but at the same time, let's look at the facts. Y'all lost the case. Y'all put up a good fight. Y'all put a man in a position to where he had to become a product of his environment. I don't blame Deamonte Kendrick at all. I wish he hadn't have done it. But if wishes were horses, right? So, regardless of how they try to paint him, understand he was not supposed to be there. But we'll see what happens, man. It's definitely looking like oddball behavior. I don't like the fact that that judge was the same judge that had to do the stuff with Shell Kell. And I'm not saying that Shell Kell's attorney or him had anything to do with nothing at all. But I can see how FANI Willis might have tapped on that shoulder and was like, hey, I did promise his mama, Donovan Thomas, that I was going to get some type of justice. And can you do me this one little favor? Quid pro quo. They used to do it all the time. They still do it all the time. But I tell you what, man. Sure to keep your people aware. Subscribe, turn on that bell, stay notified. Y'all let me know your thoughts on this one. Is Ceddy Nash getting it wrong? He going down a rabbit hole? You sounding like a conspiracy theorist, or are y'all with the rest of us where this is getting real shaky and real ugly? Deamonte Kendrick will be missing Christmas. He'll be missing New Year's. He don't go back to court until January the 8th. So you're effectively talking about keeping that man in effectively for 3 years already. But we have to ask the question, and we have to basically flat out say it. When the hell is enough going to be enough? I don't know, but if y'all want to fight the fight, I want to fight this injustice, y'all know what to do.
Also remember,
So as I promised, let's look at all of the charges that Shannon Stillwell was able to come home on. And this is like maybe his whole history. Shannon Jackson. And of course, it goes back to 2015. But I just need y'all to look at these crimes. And when they came up with the 3 strikes law, which came from the omnibus bill of, at the time, Senator Joe Biden, signed by President Bill Clinton. If you got 3 felonies in some states, the 3rd one gave you a life sentence. And it was a lady who had 2 felonies, and she stole a jacket, they said, and she ended up serving life in prison. And look at this Look at these charges. And this is not to shame him. This is just to solidify that these people were lying when they said they were putting away gang members, people that's committing crimes. This just goes to show you that this is not true. They got him on one possession of a firearm, but look here on 317, they declined to prosecute. On the act of red rum, he got a not guilty. That was Judge Whitaker did that. And I'm happy for him for that. On all of the street gang activity, not guilty. And then they declined to prosecute all this street gang that they were talking about. They had him down for another unaliving. Declined to prosecute. But they holding this man in jail because he was defending himself in a place that I showed you videos of the conditions of the jail and the actions of the people who were supposed to have been overseeing them in the jail. Unbelievable. But it's real. It won't let me go down in there any further. So don't believe the hype. Flavor Flav said, get up, get up and get down. 911 is a joke in your town. 911 is a joke in your town. This criminal injustice system is a joke throughout the country. If you read the 13th Amendment, it tells you the only way you can be a slave is to be a person that commits a crime or voluntary servitude. Most of us volunteer because we won't learn truth and we won't fight with the tools that is needed to fight this fight. Yeah, you may have to pick up something one day, but the way you fight this fight is through your intellect. Pick up a book. Pick up the statutes. Everybody should have in their favorites. Everybody should have the Code of Criminal Procedure and the Code of Civil Procedure, both federal and state. As you heard earlier, the federal supersedes. Each state honors their own laws. Probation violation from a 2015 case in which Deamonte already served time for. This is absolutely crazy. Absolutely. And they're going to keep on doing stuff like this. This case is equivalent, I'm telling you all, to the Dred Scott case. Please go check out Dred Scott. D-R-E-D Scott. S-C-O-T-T. There's 3 words you all need to familiarize yourself with from the Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary: jurisdiction, status, and venue. You need to know those words and what they mean. And perhaps you'll never be in the criminal injustice system. I hope not. But just in case. And we thank Joseph Papp for this information. He had it out on X. I hope this was an informative video. I hope you had a good time. I thank you for your likes. Please, if you didn't hit the like, please hit the like button. Share the video if you like. You can leave a comment. Those things help us as content creators, and it helps YouTube to know that no matter how big or small the audience is, that we have engagement. And that's what it's all about. What good is it to have 100,000 subscribers and only 14 people in your chat? I don't know if that's really good. I don't know. But as you all know, I always believe in the children. And I truly believe they're our future. And that's how I end each video. So everybody have a beautiful, beautiful rest of the week. And hopefully I'll feel good Sunday, and I'll be back on Sunday. I plan to be back on Sunday. With things happening the way they're happening, every day is something different. It's so much that's going on. But we can't be afraid to live. Drink your water. I'm going to tell y'all to do something I don't do. Go out and get some sun. I take vitamin D. I know I should get up and get out, but I don't. Eat fruit. Those are some of the things that helps keep us healthy. And then break away sometime and just spend some time alone with yourself. Do a little meditating. If it's nothing but for 3 minutes, do a little meditating. And start writing. Even if you can't spell, you're not writing for perfection. You're writing to deal with your feelings, your emotions, with whatever you're going through, and you can't really talk to anybody about it, or you don't want to talk to anybody about it. Talk to yourself. I promise you, it's therapeutic. One of the things I learned from Al-Anon and AA and all groups that are anonymous is the therapeutic value is one person with that issue helping another person with that issue. It works if you work it. It won't if you don't. So work it because you're worth it. Whatever it is. Spend some time with you. Remember Drew Ali said that he was asked what to study. He said, study yourselves. The question was posed, after you finish studying yourself, then what do you study? He said, study you some more. Everything you need is inside of you. Your creator gave it to you. Your mother gave it to you at birth. What the system has done has taught us to suppress a lot of things. A lot of you guys are so talented and with these beats and with your ability to do what you do on this app is unmatched. A lot of you doubt yourselves. But if nobody believes in you, just know that Toothless does. I believe in us as a people. I'm talking mankind. Mainly the Asiatic people, which are what we call African, Indian, believe it or not, Mexican, Latino, all of the Americans, Canada, Canadians, all of us are Americans, North, Central, and South America. We're indigenous to this land. We've been here a very long time. Start researching. I promise you. You may not want to learn everything, but if you just learn how to function and navigate through these waters, I'm leaving the tiger's den. Good night. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love. Okay, y'all, before I go, I'm sorry. I just thought about this. There are 2 songs I wanted to play before I went off. And, some people said, let this go, forget about that. And I don't hold grudges, but I don't forget things either. And I stop when I get ready. And I respond if I choose to. But this is one of the first songs I made when I was being bullied and being mistreated on here by some very ruthless people. And I used to make up songs because I sing everything, believe it or not, y'all. I turn any word into a song. And not because I'm such a great singer, it's just that I love to sing. I have a song in my heart, and I always have. I can't even sing with people. I start laughing. But I'm going to play my first song that I made, and then the one that most people like. That was a #1 hit. And like I said, I had made so many songs. I have about 2 EPs I could do, really. But here it go. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do anything to these people. But I'm being bullied anyway. We will stop the bullying. And it starts with me. My new hashtag, not me. Texas in the South, Louisiana in the South, Georgia in the South, Florida in the South. Everybody do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. Everybody do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. I said he's sitting on the beach and playing in the sand. The people want to swim and he's snapping at their hand. I said he's sitting on the beach, they playing in the sand. The people trying to swim and he's snapping at their hand. Do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. Everybody do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. I said he's sitting on the beach and playing in the sand. The people trying to swim and he's snapping at their hands. I say he's playing on the beach and sitting in the sand. People trying to swim and he's snapping at their hand. Do the shark boy. Hey.